it doesn't work. Sorry. It doesn't want you block. It's blocked. It's it's impossible.
Hello. Now,
okay.
now
okay.
You can share.
Okay. Okay.
Now.
Okay, it's okay for you now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's good for you now. Wait. Okay. Thank you. You see only my screen?
Yeah, we all can see your screen. And,
okay, thank you.
And your presentation also. So in a while we will start. 2 seconds now.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. With this in mind, let us invest our time and efforts into enriching our minds, fostering meaningful discussions, and forging connections that will propel us forward. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, learned delegates, and conference participants. We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussion on two-day international conference on physical education and sports in perspective of national education policy and Vision 2047. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. Without further ado, let's dive into our promising schedule.
Please give a warm welcome to our first speaker virtually, Professor Thierry Pallard, University of Pau, France. He will delve into the topic Postural Imbalance for Health and Performance, Theory of Practice for the keynote address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Indian Ministry and Dr. Kansa warmly for their very kind invitation. As postural balance is fundamental to all movement, whether domestic and sporting movement, and suggest you to deal with postural balance for health and performance from theory and practice. What is a postural balance? Everyone knows that the vertical projection of the center of gravity remains above the base of the support in order to avoid a fall. This requires constant regulation on the basis of 4 phases. The first, regulate reference value, that is reference posture. The second is the internal body representation in space, either resulting posture. Third is a error detection message. This means sensory information detected. And fourth and last, postural adjustment, segmental movement to regulate balance control, postural balance. These postural adjustments are anticipated and/or compensated postural adjustments before and/or after postural disturbance. How balance is regulated? First, the balance is regulated in base of different information, visual, proprioceptive, vestibular, and cutaneous information. Then, this information is integrated at the level and at the level, spinal level and supraspinal level. The vestibular nuclei constitute the center integration of labyrintic and visual information, and is based on the vestibular spinal reflex that is so fundamental for maintaining standing. The control centers is answered by cortex and cerebellum. At last, the motor component of the postural function is provided by the anti-gravity muscle, specifically extensor muscle of head, trunk, thigh, leg, and head. The axial musculature depends on the reticulo and vestibulospinal tract and part of the corticospinal tract. While the distal musculature depends on the rebospinal tract and part of the corticospinal tract. The question is, how do postural capabilities or skills evolve under the effect of physical and or sport practice, the training effect? In terms of performance in athlete, there is a relation between sport performance and postural performance. In terms of healthy, in older subject, there is a relation between autonomy.
Very sorry to interrupt. Sir, your slides are not moving.
It works with.
I think your slides.
No, it's for me. It's okay for me.
Okay. No, we are unable to see your slides, which when you are talking about that slide is not moving. So you have to click on the slide, so it will move. And we are still on the same slide.
Okay. It's not smooth. It's not smooth.
No, it is not working. You have to click on the down arrow, maybe.
Now it's
yes,
okay.
Yes.
No, I suppress animation. Okay. No problem for me. Is it so good for you? Sorry. Sorry. In terms, I restart my presentation. Sorry for the inconvenience. In terms of health in older subjects, regarding the prevention of falls, there is a relation between autonomy and the postural performance, specifically. Don't work now for me. Okay. In fact, the aim of this communication is to identify adaptation of each component of postural function to physical practice. It's the aim of this presentation. What are the postural adaptation at the level of sensorial sensor? Sedentary subject may regain postural balance using the visual contribution. Novice subject starting training program develops their sensory sensitivities. Normally, I have animation. Sorry. For training for trained athlete, the contribution of proprioceptive increase, while the contribution of vision decrease. Right? It's sorry. No, I am no animation is from not work. Conversely, a stable environment as that of dance favor the increase in visual contribution, since dancers learn and develop motor skills on the basis of visual information. The strong acceleration of the head, as those submitted to fighter pilot and gymnasts, for example, which particularly stimulate vestibular sensor, improve its integration capacity by neglecting erroneous signals information.
Hello.
Sorry.
Sir, can you hear us? Are we audible, sir?
Okay. Presentation. Now it works.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible now, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. I can use animation. It's now it's okay. It's okay for you now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible now, sir. It's okay.
Sorry. Strong acceleration of the head, as those submitted to fighter pilot and gymnasts, would particularly stimulate vestibular sensor, improve its integration by neglecting erroneous signals or information. So, to an athlete in barefoot condition, for example, judoka or karateka, can refine cutaneous information. At last, athlete experts are able to select and prioritize some information. They can switch from one channel of some sensor to another. At the level of central structure, the spinal contribution decrease while being reduction in spinal reflex, such as the straight reflex. The cortical contribution also decrease. Thus, the cortex become more active in difficulty or emergency. notamment in the different postural conditions, particularly difficult. The literature shows a positive relation between volume of our cortical area, for example, supplementary motor area, and postural performance in healthy, athletic, elderly, and pathologic subjects. In expert athletes, the subcortical control continue to increase. Thus, the reticulospinal improve, which allow a better anticipated adaptation. Knowing the vestibular reflex concern particularly, excuse me, a compensated postural adaptation. Regarding the motor component of the postural function, regarding the motor output aspect, we observe a better motor output, an optimal joint amplitude, an efficient synergic muscle command and control by reduction agonist and antagonist coactivation. In trained athletes, the postural progress depends on the specificity of the segmental position. For example, mono or bipodal support or other, the specificity of the position. Environmental and material conditions are very dependent, very was sacrificed for what port can undo condition. There is
Thank you, Professor Thierry Pellard, for joining us live. Of
the adaptation related to each specific. Sorry? Sorry?
Sir, we have 5 minutes remaining, so you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. It's finished. It's finished. Just one slide. But it's finished. Just one line, or it's finished?
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay, sorry. But would be the sum of the adaptation related to each specific postural turn in healthy and young and older subject. Optimal training program should include a full range of postural tasks encountered in personal physical practice for each population. Performance increase in young subject with sport-specific position. For example, body position, technical gesture, sport equipment, etc. Prevention for fall increase also in older subject with specific position for activity of daily living. For example, getting up, walking, overcoming obstacles during locomotion, etc., etc. The message is the more specific the postural task, the more important the postural adaptation in sport and activity of daily living. The postural adaptation depends on the context in which they are developed. I can give a different example in relation to sport or on daily living, but if you want after. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry for the inconvenience of the projection.
Thank you so much, sir. Your insights have truly inspired us and provided valuable perspectives.
Up next, the keynote address will be given by Mr. Christopher Nunn, Performance Consultant, Oceania Paralympic Committee, Australia. The topic of his keynote address is Inclusiveness in Physical Education. Sir, please.
Sorry, the question is for me? Sorry?
Forward, here?
Yes.
Thank you. You put it on full screen? Here we go.
Sorry, a question for me? Sorry?
We still have Terry. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here from the small land of Australia. And I want to start with a story. I'm a big storyteller. The screen you see there is from a little place called Vanuatu, and from a little island in Vanuatu, where I travelled out to meet a group of people who had impairment. And this is them gathered together on their grandstand. A few sticks put together in an oval not far from their beach. And the important thing is here, I met this lady standing next to me with a javelin. And we took her on a journey. And I want to share this story because it changed my life. We actually got Friana, her name's Friana, so I'll call her Friana. We took Friana to the Commonwealth Games in 2018 here in Australia, in Brisbane. Friana was never a person to travel. She had an arm amputation as a result of an accident, a lot of facial damage. And so for her to leave her country was a big, big story in itself. When she was at the Commonwealth Games, you'll have to move the screen, she actually won Vanuatu's first ever medal at a Commonwealth Games. So she went home as a celebrity. She got home and they'd interviewed her and talked to her, and she said, I want to empower women. And her story was, don't look at disability, look at your ability. You can do as I have. If I can make it, you can make it. Now that's a story in itself, but the thing that changed my life, a parent of an 8-year-old child who had cerebral palsy, a young daughter who was reared at home and kept at home, went to the principal at the high school and said, can my daughter go to school? And that's when I realised the importance of being a trained physical education teacher and what we can offer as coaches changes communities. It doesn't just give an opportunity to an athlete. And that is from someone who I was married to an Olympic gold medalist. I'd been a Commonwealth Games athlete myself. I spent 17 years working as a coach at the Australian Institute of Sport. I have seen elite sport over and over and over again. Had athletes win Olympic gold medals, World Championships, Paralympic medals. This was more impactful. When you do something to create a role model in a community that is a female, in a community that is suppressing of females, to have the parent then realise, my child has a future. I'm not sure what more impactful thing you can do in life. So let me talk a little bit about the culture that's involved, because I've heard a lot about what education looks like and what it should look like and what diversity is over the last couple of days. But the one thing I've learned through respect and observation, most of the people here are white Caucasian males, and we come from a culture that is England, Australia, Canada, USA, etc., Germany, etc., etc., etc. My strong recommendation to all of you as you start your careers is please embrace culture and please consider context. Without that, you will not have success. Ensure that you are not going and telling people what their program should look like. Help them create their own programs. I'm not going to read through this, but this is typical. I want to speak about education just for a second. And in education, you will typically see a curriculum that looks like this. You'll have English, maths, science, humanities and social sciences, and have a look at how each of those are described a little bit deeper. And then tacked at the bottom, health and physical education. Yeah, we do a bit of that as well. So when you break it down, you look at the subjects that are taught. These are grouped with a focus on the head. You could sit in a room and engage with no one else and become a doctorate in your area of expertise in these subject matters. A lot of curriculums will say that we also offer additional subjects, and I am generalising, please. Physical education, arts and technical studies are seen as slightly different, and yet they focus on the rest of the body. Have a look at the difference in percentage of the head compared to the rest of the body. I question whether we're going about education over the last century in the right manner. Why do we not just talk about subjects as a group that collectively talk about the whole individual? This has to be the way forward. I was delighted with Dr. Bailey's address yesterday to talk about holistic education. It is the future. And as our population ages and we have a greater number of people living into their 80s and 90s and we watch the decline of their physicality, why are we not spending more time teaching good physical conditioning habits and enjoyment and active engagement in physical activity from the time these children start school? That is where the impressionable years are. And to the students in the room, let me say this to you guys. The only difference between the presenters and yourselves is experience. We are speaking about our experiences and our learnings. You are about to engage in that journey. But we took up here and we talk about education into the future and policy. Well, there's a lot of discussion that goes on about policy from experienced people. Their vision for 2047, I promise you it will not be as they say, because the nature of the world is it changes. But work towards that vision to find your journey, and you will create a community that is a much healthier community than what we currently have across the globe. We talked yesterday, I heard it mentioned about the importance of education and who makes up the teaching staff. I have a very close friend who's a principal at a very low socio-economic school in Australia. And I love his approach and I love what he's done in this school. He has raised the incidence of children getting engaged in workplace engagements and reduced the number of them that are in detention and in trouble with the police by asking this one question when he interviews his staff. You might be the best English teacher, the best math teacher, the best science teacher, but when you go into his school and you want a job, he asks you this question at the end of the interview: what sport do you teach? And if they can't answer that, he says, sorry, there is no place for you at my school. Because he knows the importance of education and he knows the importance of having children engaged in sport activities to improve their self-esteem, and by doing that, they also improve their studies. I'm not going to read through this. I think we all know the benefits of lifelong physical activity. And Kevin spoke yesterday about the importance of enjoyment and how we measure it or don't measure it. Some really good information in that 15 minutes from Kevin yesterday that I was delighted to hear. We need to embrace this if we are going to look after our communities, particularly if we are focusing on what are we doing for our aged populations. And what does this talk about inclusion? Well, let me say that I consider myself an inclusive teacher, an inclusive coach, an inclusive person. When I work with people, there's lots of things I need to consider. I've thrown a few words up on the screen that are meaningful for me when I think about inclusion. But there's one word that sums up inclusion. It's for everybody. It is for absolutely everybody. It doesn't matter whether you have an impairment, it doesn't matter whether you're age, it doesn't matter what your colour is, it doesn't matter whether you are short stature, tall stature. Inclusion means everybody by simple nature of that word. So when you are preparing your programs, consider everyone in your program. Ensuring that all the students have the opportunities to participate, succeeding meaningful learning experiences at a level that is optimal challenge and enjoyment for them. Without enjoyment, they won't stick around. I spoke recently about the importance of a sport like athletics. In Australia, we have 100,000 little athletes. Now, that's not a lot, I guess, compared to the sports we do, but in a particular sport at junior age level, that's a lot. The disappointing thing is, from a coach of track and field, most of those children, by the time they're 15 or 18, have done 10 years of athletics and go, I want to do something different. It's a great foundation sport for other sports, but it's not helping our own sport. So we want them to enjoy what they're doing. I thought I'd show you quickly the inclusion spectrum that we use in Australia. There's an open spectrum where everybody can play a sport. We have modified sport, we have separation and alternate sport, and there is a place for that, and there are parallel activities. And if we have a look at them quickly, a sport like archery, anybody can play archery from a wheelchair or standing up. Why not teach that in the school program? There's modifications. So this child, the one down here on the right-hand corner, he wants to be a javelin thrower, but he has no ability to use his legs. So let's remove the legs, put him into a frame, make him secure, and let him throw. There's games that are specifically designed for people with impairment. At the Paralympics, there's a goalball game. You need to wear goggles to play goalball. Absolutely appropriate. The great thing about it is sighted people can put on a mask and play, and boy, does that give them a real-life experience of what it's like to have an impairment. And then, of course, there are parallel inclusion, where the athletes can compete in sports that are exactly the same as the able-bodied, but they do it on their own. So there's a range of inclusion. The pillars of inclusion, there are some there. You can read them. I don't need to read them, but I want to highlight one. And I want you to listen carefully. This is the most important thing I will say today about your approach to inclusion, and that is your attitude. If you have the right attitude, you will find the space for people to be involved in your program and include them in what they do. It determines the success of inclusion. I don't care how good the policy is, I don't care what partnerships you have, I don't care what opportunities you provide, unless you, as an individual and as a phys ed teacher about to embark on a career, unless you embrace this with a positive attitude, your students will be left behind. Planning for inclusion. Again, I'm not going to read through the slide, you're quite capable of reading, but there is a time when segregation is appropriate. And I say that with respect to our able-bodied community. I've been in schools, and in Australia now we have a policy where no child is denied access to a school. But I am working with a school at the moment where one child has 4 adults basically following them around all day to make sure he doesn't disrupt the rest of the school. And when he gets loose and goes rampant, the school closes down. No one is allowed to leave their room. I don't believe that is appropriate inclusion because that denies opportunity for the rest of the school community. So consider it very carefully. It's okay for a policy to say it is for everybody, but is it or isn't it? Even in our societies, we have jails because we determine that some people are better off not being part of the community. It's an observation. I don't want to debate it, but consider it carefully that you are not compromising the enjoyment and education of all of your students, not catering to your lowest common denominator. It's something that needs to be considered very carefully. Now, I use this in sport, but it equates exactly to education. Performance equals potential minus the interference. Now, we have all seen an enormous number of athletes that reach the top in sport. What they have the ability to do is reduce the interference. It could be fault belief. It could be self-doubt. or it could be a fear to fail. If we can remove those elements, you have a much greater success with your athletes and an incredible amount of success with your students. Work out what their fears are. I could cite example after example of athletes who have been given opportunities as students who have not only become successful athletes, but have gained gainful employment, have met spouses, and have had children. They live a more wholesome life because we have removed the interference. Your job as a future phys ed teacher is to work out what the interference is and remove it. So I ask this simple question: is your physical education class inclusive? And there are numerous studies, there are numerous documents, there are numerous books all around the world that will help you do this. I don't see it as my job to explain that to you today. You are very smart students, and there's a thing called Google that gives you access to just about everything you want to know. So utilise these resources and do reading. There are some fantastic programs out there. And what are we ultimately trying to do with our students at school? Give them the skills to be part of the community. And through sport and through activity, we can do that very successfully, more so than a maths teacher, more so than a science teacher, more so than an English teacher or subject or language teacher. We have the power to change people's lives. Are you ready to change a life? Are you ready to celebrate diversity rather than see it as a problem that needs to be fixed? Now, I could talk all day, but I want to finish. I'm going to try and do this within the 15 minutes. I want to finish with some images, and I congratulate the English team on their preparation for the 2016 Paralympic Games. They produced a video that I believe says more about disability and inclusion and more about the capacity of the human individual than anything I've seen. Can we have some sound, please? Can we have some volume? If we can get that, we'll play from the start. Are we right? Sorry, I've lost my screen now.
Yes, I can, suddenly, yes I can. Gee, I'm afraid to go on has turned into, yes I can. Take a look, what do you see? 133 pounds of confidence in me. Got the feeling I can do anything, yes I can. Something that sings in my blood is telling me, yes I can. I was just born today, I can go all the way, yes, yes I can. 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 Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hey, yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can! Are you ready? I can climb Everest. Yes, I can. I can fight here all night and never rest. Yes, I can. I was just born today. I can go all the way. Yes!
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the topic inclusiveness in physical education. I now request Professor Shushma Ghildial, Department of Physical Education, Banaras Hindu University, to present the memento to the speaker of the session, Mr. Chris Nunn. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Taking the program further, it will be my pleasure to invite Dr. Kyle Pushkarenko, IPLA, Lead Inclusion, IPLA, Canada. The topic for his keynote address is Physical Literacy and Inclusion.
So, do I have access to my notes?
Yes, sir. This one is yours.
No, but do I have access to my, like, can I see?
Okay, you need notes. Like this?
I guess if it has to be, yeah. So this is not different than that?
Just
okay. Okay, I guess I'll just go with this. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. That's a pretty tough presentation to follow. So well done, Chris. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to talk about today, it falls under a very similar lens, except I take, instead of a physical education lens, I take an inclusion lens, so, or a physical literacy lens. So basically the title of my presentation is Approaching Physical Literacy Through an Inclusive Lens. What we know and what can we do. Okay, so this is, actually I'm just gonna ad lib. So yesterday Trevor mentioned that we have a definition of physical literacy, okay, and that is essentially the motivation, confidence, physical competence, knowledge and understanding to take responsibility for the engagement in physical activity for life. So when I look at physical literacy, it's important that I keep this lens, okay, at heart, because currently there are so many definitions of physical literacy that we don't want to get confused as to losing the focus that physical literacy is all about holism. It's not just about the skill development, it's not just about motivation, it's not just about confidence, and it's not just about, okay, that responsibility to take your own personal engagement and the behavior aspect of physical activity. It's not just all of those things independently. It's this togetherness which essentially is important to remember. It's this idea that all of these things are interacting and dynamic. If we affect one, we'll ultimately affect another. But what I like to look at it is that it's these skills, these dispositions, these habits and attitudes that foster our engagement for life. And it's all of these things that coalesce with our environment. And once our environment changes, okay, our engagement ultimately changes as well. So when we look at physical literacy, okay, it's important that we have this definition, but it's also important to take into consideration the various underpinnings. And again, Trevor mentioned a number of these, and they've been occurring, okay, sporadically over the course of the conference thus far. But the first one is I like to see is that physical literacy is an inclusive thing, or sorry, it's an individualized thing. Okay, it's a unique set of constellation of elements that each individual possesses. It's an individual's preferences. It's an individual's interests. It's an individual's ability level. Okay, and all of these things, okay, are different from one person to the next. The second thing is that everybody around you impacts your physical literacy development. Whether it's your parents, your friends, okay, your teachers, okay, physical literacy is dynamic in that it's an interacting idea, philosophy that occurs, okay, in conjunction with your environment. Saying this, it occurs everywhere. It occurs in the playground, it occurs in the gymnasium, it occurs in the football pitch, okay, it occurs in your home. It isn't restricted to one particular thing, okay, or one particular context. And finally, physical literacy is a unique journey, okay, in the sense that we have progressions, we have regressions, we have ups, we have downs, we have periods of stagnation, we go through injury. Okay? But what is important is that in this journey, physical literacy development never stops. It always continues. Okay? Just sometimes not in a progressional manner. It's not always an upslope. Okay? And we don't always get better at things. But it changes, okay, according to, again, okay, our individual preference and interests, the individuals that we surround ourselves with, the context that we're in, okay, it's constantly developing. However, despite this idea that it's an individual notion, okay, it's something that is apparently inclusive because it is something that develops on an individualized level. The dominant narrative behind physical literacy is that it is focused on skill development and skill development alone. If we have the skills, we'll be able to do something. Okay? This might be apparent. However, we also need the context in which to do those things. So when we look at the idea of physical literacy as an inclusive concept, it can't necessarily be restricted, okay, to a particular set of skill development. And as such, we need to approach it a little bit differently. We need to take into account, okay, the individual. We need to take into account, okay, the context. We need to take into account the enjoyment, the preferences, the ideas, okay, that exist in collaboration amongst the participant and, let's say, the practitioner or educator. So when I look at the idea of physical literacy, okay, we need to take into account the meaningfulness that physical activity has for the individual. And as such, given that we are facilitators of those experiences, we need to determine what makes things meaningful. Okay, and instead of thinking of ourselves as a teacher or a physical activity practitioner or facilitator, we need to be a designer of meaningful experiences. Okay, we have to figure out what is going to keep that individual engaged. What is going to motivate individuals to continually want to come back to that physical activity context? And is it about fun? Is it about enjoyment? Is it about the fact that they have peers? Okay, we need to determine these particular aspects because it's those things that, again, are going to keep those individuals coming back time and time again. And that's what we're in this for. We're here to focus on physical activity for life. Okay? Saying all of this, we can't approach this, and this has kind of been existing throughout the conference, we can't approach it through a single lens. Physical literacy development is individualized, and as such, we owe it to the individuals we are facilitating things for to take into consideration their perspective. A one-size-fits-all model of physical literacy development will not necessarily encompass everyone. Okay? There will be outliers. It is our job as educators, practitioners, facilitators to try and encourage that idea that everybody is different and using that difference as a starting point as opposed to something to engage in retroactively. So, what do we do? Okay? Now, we can look towards the literature. There's a number of things that the literature states that are quite important for us to address. Okay? First, we can adjust our pedagogical approach. Okay? We can take a different approach to learning, okay, according to that individual. Be sensitive to their needs. And again, use their strengths, their abilities, their interests, their preferences as a starting point, okay, in which to foster a meaningful physical activity experience. We can address the environment. And when I'm talking about environment, it was interesting that Chris mentioned this just before me. It's that it's all about our physical infrastructure as well as our attitude towards engaging alongside those individuals. I guess, when we look at this idea of context, we need to look at ourselves as collaborators as opposed to experts. Okay? We are experts in understanding a particular topic or field, but it is my personal belief that everybody is their own expert. Okay? And in order to create something for somebody else, we have to get to know the expert in them. Okay? So the process of physical literacy development is about co-creation, co-development. Not, here is something, let's do this. It's asking the question, what is it that's going to make you the most comfortable? Knowing that physical literacy development doesn't occur in one particular context, okay, we need to approach this idea as a community. Physical literacy, yes, occurs in a gym. Yes, it occurs on the soccer pitch, but individuals are only a part of the gym, the soccer pitch, for a particular time. Okay? We need to see what is it that's going to maintain their engagement for prolonged periods even after we leave, okay, that context. What are they going to be able to do in the home? Okay? And how we do this is by keeping a very open set of communication amongst all stakeholders who are involved for a particular individual. That means teachers talk to parents, parents talk to therapists, therapists talk to educators, okay, administrators, because all of this happens, okay, in a collective effort. This is a big one, okay, and Trevor mentioned this yesterday, but enjoyment as a starting point, okay? Just self-reflect for a second. Do you want to do something that you don't enjoy? For me, I avoid those things. I want to do the things constantly that I enjoy doing. Okay? And again, it's that enjoyment that's going to keep me coming back time and time again. And finally, as practitioners, it's important that we engage in reflexive practice. And essentially what that means is that we want to question ourselves as to how effective we were in engaging with a particular individual or group. Did things work? Okay, did they not? How can I adjust? Okay, what could I do better? Okay, it's this constant self-evaluation that essentially provides us with a point in which we will eventually get to that constant stage of engagement, consistent practice. Okay? So the idea of reflexivity is quite important on behalf of the educator, the practitioner, so on and so forth. We are learners just as much as we are teachers. So when we look at the idea of facilitating physical literacy development, okay, there are three things that we need to take into consideration. Okay, the first one is intent. Okay, and the question that we need to ask ourselves with intent is, why are we doing this? Okay, are we doing this to capitalize on that idea of embodiment, okay, and individuals' strengths, their abilities? Are we looking to foster, okay, these health benefits that essentially follow the notion of being engaged for life? Okay. The second level in terms of what we need to ask ourselves, okay, is how do we do it? Okay. When we talk about inclusion, We need to look at things in a very collective sense because there are various types of inclusions. It's not enough to just invite somebody into the environment. While accessibility and physical infrastructure is important, it's not enough. Because individuals can be excluded even when they are included. We need to approach it from a position of social inclusion as well, in the sense that we need to have the supportive attitudes. We need to be welcoming. We need to create a context in which individuals feel comfortable. These are all ideas that follow social inclusion. And then again, how do we address things from the point of view of instruction? Do we need to accommodate somebody who learns differently? Do we need to provide them with demonstrations, or is verbal instruction enough? Do we need to provide them with communication tools so that we can understand where the position that they're coming from? Then the final idea behind inclusion is why. Why we're doing this, and we're doing this to essentially to foster 5 pieces or 5 values that associate with themselves with inclusion. The idea that we have to celebrate this idea of uniqueness. We're celebrating the individual, not their difference, but the best aspects of being different. We're trying to focus on this notion of empowerment. We're trying to foster a sense of belonging and security. Physical activity should be a safe space that individuals can engage the way that they see fit, and then provide individuals with a sense of purpose. They're there for a reason. We want to celebrate that reason. So when all of this kind of came into play, I'm just going to bring some of my own research here in Canada. We are really focusing on this idea that physical literacy is an inclusive concept, but there's a disconnect between what we theorize and what we practice. So it's my hope that we can help start to close this gap by providing individuals with certain strategies that they can engage with as a means to, again, promoting that idea of meaningful experience. So we created this framework, and this framework has 3 particular pillars. First off, it's the environment. We need to pay particular attention to the environment that's created. Again, the physical and social spaces that will foster that sense of meaningfulness. We need to create something that's warm and welcoming, something that is going to encourage participation as opposed to discourage. We need to operate with intention. And so intentionality is all about this idea that we are taking an approach that keeps the individual at the center of the process, or the group at the center of the process. We are not looking to promote our own agenda. We're looking to operate as a collective. And it's that collective that's going to drive this idea of physical literacy development forward. And the final thing is practice. And when we talk about practice, we're talking about informed practice. We're not just talking about going in and essentially engaging and just creating a context. We're doing this with a sense of purpose. In the sense that we are trying to, create things that have a very strong, philosophy behind them. We're doing things because there's evidential support suggesting that these things work. So we're not just off the cuff creating things on the moment. We're doing things because we know that certain things work and certain things don't. So what we did was we created, knowing that practice follows theory, we created a sense of framework idealizations, and we moved away from the idea of best practices. Because when we talk about best practices essentially indicates that these are the best things that we can do, regardless of context. But context changes. Chris just mentioned that we are engaged in a world that consistently fluctuates, in terms of how things are operated. And so we created these framework idealizations, as opposed to best practices, as a means of providing individuals or practitioners with strategies. Now, I'm not going to go through these because they're quite lengthy. However, if you click on the QR code, you'll be taken to Sport for Life, which is a Canadian organization that essentially fosters this notion of physical literacy development. In addition to other things, but they publish okay, one of these framework idealizations every month. Okay, and alongside these framework idealizations, there's a set of strategies that will not only allow us to accomplish the idealization, but it takes us through a little bit of a vignette that kind of shows individuals how these things can be put into operationalization. Now, the ones in blue here, these are the ones that have been published. Okay? There are 6 more to go that should appear in the next, I would say, I don't know, few months. Okay? But they are quite important. Okay? And they have been found to work within organizations in Canada. So perhaps they'll work here in India as well. Now, with regards to physical literacy, physical education is a particular context of interest because everybody has, at least in Canada, has access to education, okay, and inclusive education. Okay, so what we're looking to do here is advocate for physical literacy development within the context of education by providing individuals with an opportunity to learn and enjoy within, again, a safe and engaging space. Okay, and how this has been done is that Physical and Health Education Canada has put forth a number of different strategies that will help us foster this idea of physical literacy and inclusion within this particular space. Okay? Now again, this is a really big slide with loads of information on it, okay? And that's why I put the QR code. This will take you to a document that shows you how we can foster physical literacy through a sense of enjoyment, understanding, okay, celebration of diversity, being creative in context, how we can facilitate those meaningful experiences for individuals that do have a variety of ability levels. Which brings me to my final slide. And this is what I call the sandbox analogy. Now, somebody much wiser than me kind of led me on to believe this idea of a sandbox analogy. And this is what we're meant to do with regards to inclusion. Now, when we look at the idea of inclusion, okay, we have to approach it quite cautiously, okay, because when we suggest inclusion, essentially there is a negative connotation that exists with the idea of inclusion. Essentially, when we bring somebody into our space, what we're saying with inclusion is that our space is better than their space. Okay? So if we take it into context of a sandbox, bringing somebody else into my sandbox essentially states that my sandbox is better than yours, so you should come play in mine. This isn't the objective of physical literacy. Okay? The objective of physical literacy and its development is to create a giant sandbox, okay, in which everybody has the freedom to play and express themselves as they see fit. Okay? So when we operate, okay, in a context of phys ed, when we operate in a context of physiotherapy, recreation, leisure, whatever it might be, we have to be very cautious about how we approach this. Because we don't want to run into issues where we say our sandbox is better than yours. Because by definition, that's considered to be ableism. And that's basically saying that you are lesser of a person than me. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Monica Verma, Department of Physical Education, Chaudhary Devilal University. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Before we continue with our enriching discussion, we would like to take a short break. Let us all assemble back by 15 minutes. Thank you.
Sharavya.
क्या बोलो ठीक देख के दे
जा रहा है मतलब
ठीक है ना
नहीं मतलब लास्ट स्पीच खत्म ही हुई है और फिर इतने में वो लाइट में से चालू करा और अपना अनाउंसमेंट कर दिया कि ब्रेक हाँ एकेडमिक की तरह कुछ हो एकेडमिक क्लब की तरह
as we'll start shortly.
All the students are requested to please remain seated as we are starting the next session after 15 minutes. Please don't go anywhere.
टावर एक बार बंद करा दो बैठ भी नहीं रहे चक्कर नहीं बैठ रहा वो लड़का उधर स्टूडेंट हट रहे हैं अंदर घुस गया उधर घुसा चलाएगा इनकी स्क्रीन कितनी देर में चालू कर ली क्या चालू तो नहीं थैंक यू होगा तुम तो थैंक यू हुआ यहाँ से खत्म हो गई मेरे कर रहे तो सब नहीं कर उसके देख पाले अंधेरा हो गया टाइमिंग नोट कर लेना उसमें 11 बजे की है तो अभी जल्दी ब्रांड फोन लगा दो उसको क्योंकि चालू हो जाएगा सेशन फिर
Hello.
करें मेरे ख्याल से तो आ ही रहे सारे लोग हाँ
Welcome back again. We are entering to the another session today for the panel discussion on the women's in sports. So, may I request all the panelists or the just wrote here, the moderator, Miss Deepa Mallesh. Miss Deepa Mallesh, Sports Marketing Expert, Mumbai. Professor Sushma Gidyal, Department of Physical Education, Banaras Hindu University. Professor Monica Verma, Department of Physical Education, Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa, Haryana. Professor Archana Chahal, Department of Physical Education, Allahabad University. Miss Olivia, Secretary, International Physical Literacy Association, IPLA, England. Miss Rashpreet Sindhu, former captain of Indian basketball team, represented India in over 22 international championships, and presently she is head of sports, Shivnadar Schools. So I hand over mic to Miss Deepa Mallesh for the further proceedings, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's topic for the panel discussion is women in sports, one of my very favorite topics. I'm sure a lot of us love this topic and would love to express a lot of viewpoints, thoughts on the same. A lot of us have been talking, thinking, and also initiating activities in the space of women in sports. In the last decade, we've seen considerable improvement, but there is still a gap, isn't it? So when we talk about women in sports in specific, participation is one of the aspects. How to increase participation of female athletes in professional sport events, competitive events. So couple of Googled positive facts about it. The upcoming Paris Olympics expected is 50:50 ratio, that is equal female participation, and this is happening for the first time. So great, that's starting on a positive note. We have come a long way, isn't it? In 2012, women participation was approximately nearing 30% in the Olympics, and today we are expecting equal strength of participation in the Olympics, which is a commendable job. But is participation all that is there to ensure women in sports, in physical education, to tackle the gap that is that's been growing for all these years? What about fans? What about coverage, the broadcaster's responsibility? What about pay and sponsorship responsibilities, Talking about the support women sports, women events receive from fans, another positive thing is people have started appreciating and viewing more and more sports events, female events, female athletes have been encouraged a lot. Outside of India, in Nebraska in 2023, women college volleyball event garnered 92,000 fans in the stadium, and it holds the record till date. And in India, for ticketed events, India versus Australia cricket tournament that happened in Navi Mumbai, D.Y. Patil Stadium, the stadium capacity is 60,000 plus, but on that day, there were 42,000 people who bought the ticket and actually witnessed the game. Yes, again, we've come a long way. WPL, last season, the first week, viewership hit 5 million plus audience for OTT. So there's a lot of support being given, a lot of fan love being given from the world across as well. So participation is improving, fan love and support, people support is improving. What about the broadcaster responsibility? 2020 London Olympics, men's events were covered for 46.8 hours versus female events were covered only for 16.4 hours. Big gap still. What about pay and sponsorship responsibilities? How are corporates, how are brands, how are advertising platforms supporting women in sports? In 2022, highest paid female golfer garnered $7.3 million in pay and sponsorship versus her male counterpart received $138 million. Very huge gap. And then there is policy, right? And that's why here we are today. Couple of goods and couple of still a lot to do improvement areas. So on that note, my first question for today is to Professor Sushma. Given your extensive experience in physical education and teacher education, how do you perceive the current situation, ma'am, for women in sports and physical education? How do we increase participation? How do we utilize educational institutions to motivate more women to play?
First of all, good morning to everyone. At the very outset, I think I must congratulate and thank the organizing committee for providing all of us an opportunity to interact with you all. Uh, Coming to this stage, it is really, I'm emotional. It's totally nostalgic feeling for me. After almost, I think 40 years, my teachers are sitting in front of me. My student is sitting next to me. And her student sitting next to you. It's really a great feeling. And all women commanding the stage is marvelous. So the question is, women in sports. So from last one day, we are talking about inclusion. So why to separate in my view? My view may be different from the view of the participants or the audiences here, or my co-panelist, maybe a different view. When we talk about inclusiveness, then we talk about including everyone. Including everyone means including women in every sphere of life. Then why talk separately for women? Yes, there is a need to talk about women's sports separately because the needs are separate in some aspects. But when we say we have the right of equality, means I see in the place as opportunity. If we provide opportunity to each and every girl, starting from the school stage, to every sphere of span of life, when she comes to her adolescent age, when she goes to the college, when she goes to the university, and when she becomes a sportswoman, she becomes an executive, everywhere equality, inclusion has to be practiced, not just on the boards. Everyone talk about making policies. But I feel we sitting on the chairs in various positions, whether that side or that side, I think it is high time for all of us to make it happen, to make it implementable. See, certain policies we only make in papers, but it doesn't come in practice. So we must raise our voice that this is what we want and this is what are our needs, and provide this as a regular practice. Personally, I have never faced any discrimination as such, neither in my school age, nor here in the college, nor in my university in past 35 years. But I can say from the voices of all the girl students or who are outside this community that they feel certain sort of discriminations. There are many sorts of discrimination, not to go in that length, but the opportunities, sometimes we don't have to look towards the administrators for finding the opportunities. We have to create the opportunities among ourselves also, and then make a chart of it, and then put it front of the administrators in a commandable voice. Sometimes our voices are not commandable. Now this is the year, every year we celebrate Women's Year. And this year the theme is Inspire Inclusion. So let's practice it now. It is my humble request to each and every one, not just women, but men also. Because the charity starts from home. Everything we have to practice from home. The stereotyping doesn't last for long. If you have to bring a change, and we have tried to bring a change. All the panelists, I think, who are sitting in front of you are trying to contribute to the profession, within the profession and outside the profession also. Because sometimes we are given the opportunity not to just teach physical education or take care of the sporting arena, but at present I am involved in school education. So now this opportunity I have to inculcate in every child, irrespective of any gender biasness, that this is the time we give you the opportunity, if you want to explore in any sort of sporting arena, this is the time when you can inculcate those practices. We talk of physical literacy. From yesterday we are talking of physical literacy. What is that? It is basically giving opportunity at the very initial stage, what we call that grassroots level. So let's all join our hands, give opportunity, and there are ample opportunity for each one of us to explore, to expand, and to impact the society. Sometimes people call me a feminist, and there is no slang as such feminist. It is making your voice more clearer. There are certain traits which are God-given. Maybe it is resilience, empathy, tolerance. They are inbuilt. That sort of software, or you can say the hardware, is inbuilt in us. So why not to explore that and make everyone much more better person? As a sports person or being from the sports background, I think our personality is what we call the holistic personality. So that reflects in the way we communicate, then I think we can have more impact and take it as a responsibility to make this society much more sporting, much more enjoying, and much more caring. Thank you. I think you can ask from our persons.
Thank you, ma'am. Very rightly said. Yes, there is a need for us to speak louder and clearer. Not that it's not been happening, but it needs to be consistent as well. I mean, we have been in a man's world for a very long time. There have been psychologists, there have been studies which have been put forward in the recent times where it's said that all of this that we are seeing, whether it is in the corporate management or whether it is in the leadership programs or whether it is sports, and it became something that got carried forwarded into a women's world, right? So it was not specifically made for women, but does that stop us because we are differently designed or mentally, physically different from men? We have time and again proven that there's not a huge difference in the way we do things or the men do things, right? So we've been at par in a lot of areas, in a lot of physical and mental strengths and capabilities. So on that note, I would like to ask my next question to Ms. Raspreet Sidhu. As a former captain of Indian women's basketball team, congratulations on that. We are very proud of you, ma'am. Could you share your views on what kind of challenges female athletes face? Like ma'am said, we have been louder, clearer in making our voice heard, but there still seems to be a lot of gap, a lot of a journey that needs to be taken by female athletes still, whether it is the support system or the proper recognition platforms or the financial aids that we female athletes miss out on, the opportunities that we miss out on. Would you like to throw some light on that?
Thank you for your kind words. And like ma'am just said, I'm also most happy to be here in front of each one of you. Thank you for having me, Dr. Sahu. And this conference is, I think, a great opportunity for the voices, as we're talking about, to be heard loud and clear, I believe. And it's all our endeavor to do that. just getting to the question, I think historically speaking, the women athletes, not just in participation, which has come at par right now, the statistics which you were mentioning before, but I know the audience also will agree with me, the women athletes in India have been performing better than the male counterparts, with all due respect to all the male athletes as well. And if someone wants to go on a statistic, round with me, I'm all in, maybe after this conference, so I can even prove what I'm saying. I do have a little bit of issue here when we talk about, I understand it's the patriarchal world. India is not left behind at all in that stature, fortunately, unfortunately, but that's what the reality is. I think what we need to, because you've also asked me the measures in what we can do, stating challenges, talking about the problem normally comes easy. But I have someone who's grown from the very beginning, coming to the elite level. Let me also tell all the students here, I'm also a physical education bachelor and master's from Delhi University. That is alongside playing for the country for this whole while. This is my year 21 playing for India. And I'm sorry if I'm coming across as someone who's just, motivating or just trying to bring out the laurels I've done. No, I haven't done that. There's a reason why I'm saying that. I've been leading the nation also, and ma'am just spoke about Vishesh Brighuvanshi. How many of you here know Vishesh? Yeah, that's the captain of the Indian men's basketball team. If I just want to, stick to basketball. Except for the basketball fraternity and the students here, how many even knew who Raspreet Sidhu is, who is Shireen Limai, who is Gina Sakaria, Shiva Magan? I will not see any hands going up. But all I'm saying is, which is, I know I'm coming as a complaint person here, but this is just a reference. Yeah. It's also a lot to do with the visibility. So the efforts will have to start from the whole of the society, the whole of the nation, which needs to come together. But I'm again going back to the beginning, because I am a person who gets carried away emotionally while I'm speaking. So I'm reminding myself back and again, stick to the question, right? I think let me start from the school journey, because that's where you hone the talent, and all the panelists will also tell you holistic development, PE, sports, fitness. It's a way of life. And we just don't do that, and we don't want the kids in the generation to do that just so that they go and play for the nation one day. No, it is so much more than that, because what you can learn in a classroom setting compared to what you can learn in open grounds is I think the difference is humongous. So going to the school level, before that, getting the support of the family, which ma'am mentioned. So I also come from, a blessed family background where my parents raised me as how a child is supposed to be raised, irrespective of the gender. So that is the first support system. Your family will be the biggest support system. And the reason why I'm bringing school in this conversation is, if not for my school and my PE teacher, which I'm sure a lot of us here have aspirations of joining the universities, and that's why doing masters and all of that. But school comes handy, and that's where the grassroots, that's where the actual work is. So if not for my PE teacher who identified my talent at a very young age, there would have been no Raspreet Sidhu sitting in front of you here. That's a PE teacher I'm talking about. And my coach comes not secondary, he's the reason why I'm here, and so PE teacher and coaches, the roles we have, even I'm a coach now for a lot of athletes. I learned to give back to the society and all of that. But the role of a mentor in your life, and that's what all of us here, most of you here are going to become in some capacity. So we have to become the change to bring the change. And one person, let me tell you, can do that. If someone tells you, oh no, you alone cannot bring any change, that's wrong. Do not believe them. And I'm telling you with so much conviction, because I've never believed anyone. I never fitted into any stereotype that you can only play professional or for the country when you're 27, 28 years old. And then I'm 34. This is year 21 playing for India. I still lead the nation. I'm still the highest scorer. So, it can happen. One person can bring in the change. And I can tell you with conviction, a lot of the youngsters are now picking up the sport only because they see, okay, no, there is some potential, there is some career opportunities. But again, coming back to the question and talking about that gap, professionalism, yes, is the major issue. And this answer can also be divided into urban and rural states. So for urban states, somewhere where I come from, born and brought up in Delhi, got a good education, supported, family support, coach was brilliant, only because of him that I could pursue the sport in a way. How about rural India? And irony is, the talent in rural India is humongous. That is where this question comes in, when a parent or a family would feel, why sports? Why do you want to play basketball? Why do you want to do badminton? Why do you want to do gymnastics? So answers to this why has to become numerous and not just one or two. So if I talk about the professional opportunities these athletes get when we grow up, is either public sector units, which is majorly railways for women, one or two public sector units in South India, and nothing else. And I'm not just talking about basketball, I'm talking about multiple other sports in the country. So I think that's where we all, as a nation or the society, government of India, to national federations, private sector playing a huge role in this needs to come forward and create more opportunities for women. Of course, for men as well. Like ma'am was saying, I'm also not sitting here taking the feminism flag and saying, oh no, only women should be getting it. No. But at least equality can be there. If men have got banks giving opportunities, even women can be a part of the banks, right? Who stops a woman to work in ONGC or IOB or Punjab National Bank? So these are the little bit of changes if we can get. I think that's going to be a shift and change in the thinking and the mindset of the parents, which will change everything for a girl child. I think that's my submission so far. So yeah.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's something that has to become mutual, right? While we want to have a supportive family, an ecosystem, that environment that supports, encourages, understands women and encourages them to play sports at a professional level, we also need a lot of policy-wise institutional support as well. Which kind of puts women in a safe place, in an atmosphere where the talent can nurture and groom better. They can also start exploring a future opportunity in the sporting career. So on that viewpoint, I would like to ask my next question to Professor Monica Verma. As a recipient of Shiksha Ratan Award, congratulations, ma'am. And with your vast experience in leadership roles in the academia, how do you envision leveraging educational institutions to break these gender stereotypes? What can our institutions do to bridge this gap?
Thank you so much for inviting me over here. Thank you, organizing committee of this international conference, and giving me this platform to express my feeling about the sports and women. And when we are talking about the stereotype, means the term self-explained, the mindset. It's not the reality, it's only the mindset of the society towards, not towards the females, towards the sports. A narrative was set in the past that खेलोगे, कूदोगे, होगे खराब, और पढ़ोगे, लिखोगे, बनोगे नवाब, means if you played, you will spoil your life, you will not earn anything, and if you studied or educate yourself, you will achieve something. So this narrative is totally changed in a present scenario, because you can see the females, leader females, who are having a great position in the profession. Some are leading the India, some are policy makers and contributing their talent in the designing of curriculum, and some are leading the departments of physical education and all. So nowadays, when we are talking about the third gender, where is the question of female? I think my co-speaker already told that why female is special. Only the mindset you accept this. If I talked about the reservation policy for female and all, these all are the political agendas and not in the reality that the policy makers set it for vote bank and all. But in reality, if we want to break down that stereotype that sports is a male dominating world, it was thing. And some of our society and social cultural barriers for females to participate in physical education and sports, because the sports is very rough and tough field for females, and it will destroy the delicacy of the female and politeness of the female. What the society expect from a female, she should be lean and thin and sophisticated and not using the word of rough and tough. But the struggle is very high. And India, we consider India as the Bharat Mata, mother. And when our ancestor in historically, if I am talking about that a historical reason, the status of female is very up. Goddess, we consider a female is a goddess in the Indian culture. So this stereotype is only for the man set. When a female can give a birth, so where she is weak, and she can tolerate that pain. That pain is a severest pain. और एक body में से body का निकलना when we are giving a birth, and so I think she is not the weaker. She has more potential and more qualities, and she is blessed by the God, and the God himself consider him. Not men are considered for that, for giving birth. So this is the main. Even we all in this institution, the name of the institution by the Rani Lakshmi Bai. She was the queen. And when she entered in the battlefield, she tied her child and fight on the battlefield. Have you ever been any example of the king? He entered in the battlefield with the whole family. केवल एक जो क्वीन है, जो रानी लक्ष्मीबाई बच्चे को बांधकर और निकल गई युद्ध के मैदान में. द बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दिस टू ब्रेक डाउन दिस स्टीरियोटाइप. वी हैव टू लर्न from it. You feel it, and she break that comfort zone. अपने बच्चे को रखने के लिए there are number of people are there. So I think it is only a stereotype and the mindset of the society which creates barrier for the females to participate in physical education and sports. So I think now the scenario has been changed, and last time I have attended a convocation over here, the Honorable Sports Minister changed that narrative, and in his words, he said that the खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे लाजवाब. So with these words, I end my views.
Thank you, ma'am. Very rightly said. I think stereotypes are in the mindset. It's not about how the perception is around is that we still need to walk a long way. But I think we've made considerable progress. And talking about how entertainment and media industry have been, joining these kind of voices. We had movies like Dangal and Mary Kom, which were very inspirational, which showed the challenges professional female athletes face because of the society, because of the family, because of lack of policies and institutional support, a lack of government financial aids, which will hinder their progress. But in the end, they came out of it, didn't they? They fought their battles, they took all the support that was available for them to make it happen. These inspirational stories and some of the right words people have said on this stage actually make us think that where are we right now and where do we want to go from here, right? What is the destination? What is the end goal? What is this fight or what is this struggle and battle all about? On that point of view, I would like to ask my next question to Ms. Olivia. You are currently the Secretary of IPLA. Welcome to India, by the way. I hope you're having a very nice time here. As an advocate of physical literacy, what changes do you think are needed to enhance sports training facilities, provide safer environments and grooming talent for female athletes? Have you, in your experience, have you seen lessons and learnings that we as a nation can look forward to incorporate in our ecosystem, in our environment here?
Yep. Hi, everyone. It's quite loud, that microphone, isn't it? Just first of all, wanted to express my gratitude for being invited as part of this panel discussion. And all of you are powerful, inspirational women. And it's incredible that we've managed to come this far, where we're all sat here today in front of all of you guys. So we're doing well. So your question is, what change is necessary to improve access and provide safer spaces? There's two key words within that, is the access and the safer spaces. How can we create better access? How can we create better spaces for women to be participating in sport and physical activity? Excuse me. So the first thing that we would probably need to look at would be the investment in the infrastructure. So whether we can talk to or invest in buildings and infrastructures that support women physical activity. So in the UK, we've got, so as an example, we've got fitness gyms that are women-only gyms. So whether we can have that incorporated into India, but obviously you'd have to go to the governments and the organisers and the policies and stuff like that. Another thing which is very, very key, women need to have equal funding to men. And it was mentioned, one of you mentioned it already about the pay. And I just think women deserve to be the same. We're doing the exact same job role. And I think when it comes to expenses, when it comes to coaching fees, we need equal pay, which is another thing that I would like to say in terms of what needs to be changed. Another one is we need to improve the education and awareness for gender equality. And that's not just to women, but that's to men also. It's a collaborative effort. I was actually speaking with Chris yesterday, And he'd mentioned that it's not just women that need to advocate for equality. The men need to do this too. And if we work collaboratively, then we can create that impactful change. So in the UK, we've got organisations such as Women in Sport, and they run these initiatives and campaigns to help educate people on gender equality and inclusive practice. And just as some examples, one campaign that we have it's called #TimeTogether, which is where the organisation basically encourage all of these women and families, whether they're male or female, to all get together and do physical activity and sport together. Another one is #menopauseabilities. So it's for women that are going through menopause, and it's looking at, well, how can we create inclusive practice and inclusive physical activity or physical education sport for women that are going through menopause. So that's another key one, is that education and building that awareness. And if we do that, then we can improve the access to for women to get into physical education, sport and physical activity context. Another one is coaching and mentorship. We need to provide coaching and mentorship to men and women alike, to basically provide gender equal opportunities. We need to teach them how to do it and how to put that into schools and how to incorporate that into school settings, community settings. We want to create safe spaces. I mean, this is my first visit to India, and gorgeous country. It's really colourful and I love it. But one thing is that I don't feel safe going out for a run because of like the busy roads and the motorbikes and stuff like that. So it's kind of looking at a more systemic level and a strategic level. Well, how can we change it so that women can go outside without fearing being run over or harassed or discriminated against? So it's looking at providing those safe spaces and providing support for women to be able to express themselves and feel comfortable doing physical activity. We need flexible scheduling. I mean, us women, we're mothers. We've got so much on our plates. We've got to make the dinners. We've got to provide everything for our families. We've got to do the shopping. And a lot of the time, one of the main barriers to accessing physical activity is the schedule, the time. So it's whether, I mean, future organisations, sports clubs, or physical activity providers can give us like activities for women at a convenient time for us. It would be quite nice. And the last thing that I'd like to mention is just providing career pathways. So India are doing so well at the moment with shortlisting female PE teachers, and they're doing a really, really good job so far, but it's about pushing that forward and really empowering women within physical education contexts and within physical activity contexts to make it a lot better for women. So by implementing these changes, we can create a more inclusive and supportive environment for women. And I think that's one thing that's really key. So I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Those are some of the things that is very possible for us to kind of incorporate at a very foundation level also, right? Like scheduling, you mentioned. That's one of the more important things. Women have so many things during the day, family responsibilities, career responsibilities. They are working women who come back home and take care of the whole family as well, right? Not that men are not doing that, of course. There are some men who are very progressive and very modern thinking and very open-minded, who are helping the family responsibilities also, especially the kitchen responsibilities. But it's largely on the women still, and it's not just in India, it's globally so. So I think what's more important is, like she briefly mentioned, that it's more about holistic mental well-being as well for women, right? So on that note, I would like to ask my next question to Professor Archana. Ma'am, with your experience as a multidisciplinary career professional spanning in education policy, teacher training, and specifically sports psychology, how do you think we can integrate a holistic development approach, keeping female athletes in mind specifically, and how can men be supportive of the physical and mental, psychological well-being of their female counterparts?
Okay, thank you so much. Be inviting here to interact with all of you. First of all, I want to say a very good claps for yourself, because a female is an equalizer of the family, first of all. And I must be, show yourself also, because you are so kind and patiently you have listened all these things. It is especially in front of the male. What is the need of female? It must be discussed, first of all. Secondly, whenever we talk about the empowerment, from where the empowerment is created? From our basis. For our, this basis is started from our culture. And whenever I think about the emblem of the LNIPE, not of the name of Rani Lakshmi Bai, the another thing is there, Sharir Madhyam Khalu Dharm Sadhanam. Where is any difference for the male or female? Where any difference in our culture for the inclusiveness? Because where the inclusiveness, where the separation. So we must have one mindset. If there is separation, then there is a need of inclusion. This is the totally a kind of things of mindset only. Secondly, I want to ask our first female, how many you are here to select this profession? Profession is later, your sports, your participation in sports, with the help of your parents. How many of female are there? They are supposed to be choose to sports. Anyone? Supposed to be sports? No. Why? There is the few lacunas in our society. What is this? Which I feel very well. Your wins gives you wings. What's about the losers? There is a lacuna only. The loneliness. So if we want to empower the women, we must be empowered there every and each aspect of a sphere of life. Why? Because the sports give the power itself, just like the education. But if the sports gives not the proper place in the society, no one come here. Everyone is not on winning medals like this. What's about the left squad? There's any type of system there or not? If the system is worship of medal holders only, what's about the participation? So the participation is come from our primary stage. Whenever at the primary stage, there is a fitness freakers are there. There is the need of fitness, because your every function, every activity is performed by your body. And this body keep in the self? No. Your brain is always sharp whenever you energetic towards your physical activities. This type of things must be given to the, not only the female, for the male also. It is not the space for the motivation the male. No. Motivation required for all the aspects, for all the, even the all genders, maybe the third gender is there. So stereotyping, the bigger hinder. Secondly, our mindset. Thirdly, the opportunities and how we take opportunities. The very small example is there. If you want to select sports, and the family is not much supporting, they are agree, okay, you can go, but for the profession, it is not much okay. You must be proof first yourself. So your actions, your activities are like that, keep your parents focus on you. Focus on your choices, because female have really very less choices. So we must have the more opportunity to show ourselves. So empowerment never become with only the policies. Firstly policies, then implementation, and later on the monitoring. In NEP especially, whenever you see, there is no separation for male female, only the inclusiveness for the disabled persons like that. So you are the part of the NEP. You are not the special kind, because I want to say only 3 words here. The women are not strong. Women are not weak. What we are? We are different. And we must be love this thing, because we are different because of our physiology, but we are also empowered because of our boost, our well-being, the psychological well-being we have. So you must carry your skills in a very fruitful manner to serve yourself and your society also. So empowerment gives the I am power. So this is my word for the empowerment through the sports. Secondly, the personal experience is there. Whenever you feel something weak or like this, or shut down in your life, you must go for walk. Why? You must go for separation from that place. You take a break for 1, 2, 3 like that. Why? Because movement. Whenever you are fuzzy, you must go for activity. And activity proves yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think that was very insightful. All of us on the stage today, very, very fortunate to have brilliantly talented, skillful women up here to share their viewpoints. I've been told that we are running short on time. So I would like to ask the audience if you guys have any questions for the panelists today. Let's open the floor for questions if there are any. Who is the question for?
I'm not going to ask a question. I want to give you some facts,
Oh, okay.
Right. When modern Olympic Games started in 1896, because the originator of the Olympic Games did not want women to participate, it was only men who participated in 1896. Next Olympics, less than 30 women participated. And let me tell you, in the last 2 Olympics, Rio and last this 2020 Olympics, the percentage of women was 45% in comparison to males. Now, this shows that people have realized. See, my fear is when we talk on these issues, the females feel that we are weaker than males, We should stop, talking about these things now. This is my personal feeling. And when Commonwealth Games started, they started with same events for males and females. And our modern Olympic Games also, last Olympics, they had 2 events which were not meant for females. They have included those events also. Because I'm totally devoted for the field of physical education, I understand when Coubertin did not include these women in the first Olympics, he was himself against the participation of women in actually sports, Scenario has changed today. And I don't think a person like me feels that a female is weaker than me and that kind of thing. It is gradually fading away. And if you continue talking on such issues, that thing will remain in the mind of the person, that women are weaker than males, So that should be stopped.
Thank you, sir. I think that's what ma'am started saying, that, when we talk about these topics, especially when we are generalizing women So what is actually the need in today's time to do it? I really second your thought, and just on an ending note with everyone's, all are my mostly seniors here, with your permission, if I can conclude on one note. We've spoken about a lot, about the mindset, about how the opportunities need to be more, how the equality needs to come in, so I'm not going there. And now children, it's the time to wake up, boys especially. Don't worry, it's now your turn, I'm talking about you. So, what Sir said on the similar lines, if I only talk about myself, and if Saina Nehwal, we all know her, we know how it was a father's decision to change the state and come to Haryana because of more opportunities. He actually uplifted the whole family, the roots from where they were, and shifted to a different state. That was the man's decision, man of the family, right? If I talk about myself, if not for my father, again, I wouldn't have been sitting here in front of you. Because he, and now my husband, who's the wind beneath our wings, and I think all of us sitting here will agree with me, it's the family support. Because, and there are success stories, and I just feel, especially for the younger generation, it is so important for you to know these success stories, because we all are sitting here only because the male counterpart in our family was so supportive. But that also started with the female, because what goes around and charity begins at home is mentioned, right? How the kids are brought up depends a lot. And that is also a major role of a woman. So women has to be women's empowering source from the home. It begins at home. And taking forward and ending the discussion here, I think without the male counterpart and without getting the support from the entire ecosystem, it is impossible for any one of us to be sitting here, sir. So thank you for that statistics, and we completely agree with you that there is no, actually at this juncture, no need to talk separately about just women in sports, because we're all over already. We are winning more medals already. We have more visibility already. All we need to do is a mindset, a thinking shift in the family, which becomes the, yes. Exactly. Yes. So that starts from the female, like we said, we are, in the families, we normally. So thank you so much for being such patient listener. Thank you. And
hello.
The science has shown that
Ma'am.
physiological response of women is much better than men to training. This has been proved. So don't consider yourself weaker than males. You are with us, that's it.
On this interesting panel discussion, the Honorable Vice Chancellor also wants to speak something.
Hello. Sorry, I missed out on the whole of the panel discussion, but I just want to add, if this point has not been spoken, we as women should stop talking about men and women when we go out in the world as a workforce. We should consider ourselves as individuals. When we are as teachers, we go into the classroom, it should not be a female teacher or a male teacher, it is the teacher. There is no gender. Gender should not be attached to it. Then only we can grow. And I will always say that women should have their own wings, and those wings, let it not be fragile and delicate, let it be of steel, and make your own wings, fly in your own sky, and I am sure we are going to reach the limits. Right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, 1 minute. Excuse me. My personal experience is there. मैं गोवा एक इंटरव्यू के लिए गई, और वहाँ फीमेल एक जो पैनल में थे वो बैठे थे इंटरव्यू बोर्ड में, उन्होंने कहा मुझसे कि आप तो यूपी से हैं और वहाँ तो गर्ल्स बॉयज़ का बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है, ये हमारी सोसाइटी में तो ऐसा नहीं है, तो आप यहाँ के बॉयज़ को कैसे संभालेंगे? तो माय आंसर वाज दैट टीचर इज़ टीचर, देयर इज़ नो मैटर ऑफ जेंडर. So this is from the starting point of view, ma'am, कि we all are one because the each other support. We are never be completed our things, our activities, or our any aspiration is there.
I think it's time for all of us to conclude. We all had a very fruitful discussion. I think I started with the note that there should not be any gender thing involved in. We should not talk about women in sport. We should only talk about sport and individual as a sport. That is what Professor Indu Bora said. Opportunities are the main thing, and how you take up those opportunities and make your standing firm and felt everywhere so that your voices are heard and decisions are finalized on your concrete finalization of your voice. That should be the command of every female now. It should not be gender biased, but you have the command of every situation, whether it is home, whether it is workplace or sports arena, anywhere. You have to be in the commanding position, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
A woman is the full circle. Within her is the power to create, nurture, and transform. There is nothing that she cannot handle. That was indeed an inspirational session.
May I now request Professor M.K. Singh, Chief Proctor LNIPE Gwalior, to felicitate our panelist and the moderator. So please. Professor Shushma Ghillial, Department of Physical Education, Banaras Hindu University. Professor Archana Chahal, Department of Physical Education, Allahabad University. Professor Archana Chahal, Department of Physical Education, Allahabad University.
Hello, can you hear me?
Professor Monica Verma, Department of Physical Education, Chaudhry Devilal University, Sirsa, Haryana.
Can you hear me? Did you delete my conference?
Miss Olivia Mitchell Flemons, Secretary, International Physical Literacy Association, England. Miss Raspreet Sandhu, former captain Indian basketball, represented over 22 international championship, head of the sports Shivnada schools. Miss Raspreet Sandhu, former captain Indian basketball, represented over 22 international championship, head of the sports. And a moderator, Miss Deepa Malesh, sports marketing expert, Mumbai.
Next panel here.
That was a very inspirational session. Proceeding forward, the next keynote address will be given by a speaker, Professor Hasne Zohal, Department of Sports Science, Rennes 2 University, France, who will be joining us virtually.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so. Not yet. They had to allow me.
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay. Okay, so you have it?
Yeah, it's visible. Your screen is visible now.
It's visible. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So first, I would like to thank the organization committee for this international conference and for the invitation. I'm very happy to be with you today, even if I would like to be physically with you, but some circumstances didn't allow me to be with you, but I'm very happy to share my conference online with you today. So this conference will talk about and Lester Wright is 100 years old, and all the participants are over 80 years old, and they are running 100 meters. So let's go to the start list.
Who is that in lane 5? That is Bob Williamson, 84 years old, young, going to take the victory.
Oaker's closing well in there in lane 6.
He's going to win it, but let's put all of our eyes there on lane 8 as Lester Wright is coming down hard in lane 8.
And Mr. Lester with 100 meters.
Look at his arm swing. He's moving. He is cruising. the man from Shore Athletic Club, 100 years young, takes the 100-meter title.
The man with 100 years old ran on 26 seconds the 100 meters. So this is very important to share with you and to see that with the continuing physical exercise and physical activity is very good for health, and we can go older with and the scientific organizations and scientific societies like the American College of Sports Medicine and especially the World Health Organizations give a lot of recommendations for physical activity, and before they recommend that at least 150 minutes of physical activity at moderate intensity per week. And these last years, they recommend that people must engage in at least 75 minutes at high intensity.
Mr. Hassan, can you hear
me? Yeah.
Mr. Hassan, can you hear us? Hello?
Yes, I hear you.
Actually, your slides are not moving. Your slides are not moving.
The slides are not moving?
Yes.
Okay.
We can see the first slide only.
Okay. So, sorry. Why?
I think your video was on fourth slide. Slide number 4.
Yes.
You can share the screen and you can click on the next slide.
And this? No? You didn't have it?
No.
Yes, now?
No. You can go on the share screen. Please go on the share screen. Green color fonts are there. Share screen. Green arrow in the center. Down below. Yeah. Now we can see.
You get it now?
Now we can see the video.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
This is going to be exciting.
It's okay now?
92 versus 100.
I mean, one is wearing a,
It's perfect.
Wearing a singlet. About kids look good.
No. It doesn't work?
Good though. It sure seems like
It's working now?
Yeah,
Do you hear me?
It's working. It's working. Please carry on.
Okay. So, and this man, I said that is 100 years old, and he ran on 26 second the 100 meters. So, as I said, it is very important to engage in physical activity or the whole life, and this is very important for health. And as you can see, with physical activity, we can do a lot of things at the oldest age.
getting some congratulations.
So, as I said, a lot of societies, scientific societies, as the American College of Sports Medicine, and especially the World Health Organization, recommended that at least 150 minutes of physical activity at moderate intensity. And in the past years, they recommend, based on scientific studies, that people need to engage in at least 75 minutes at high intensity per week. Because this is very important, because physical inactivity is very harmful for our body and for our health. And physical inactivity has a substantial negative impact on individual and public health. And this inactivity causes a lot of diseases and disabilities, as coronary heart disease, stroke, obesity, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, cancer, anxiety and stress, osteoporosis, and low back pain. And recently, it was demonstrated that 35% of cardiovascular disease death can be attributed to physical inactivity. So now it is clear that physical inactivity is very harmful for our health. And also physical inactivity had a lot of, we spend a lot of money because this physical inactivity. And the economic costs of physical inactivity are estimated of 12 billion euro per year in Europe. And these costs includes direct costs of treatment for major lifestyle related diseases, and also includes injury costs through sickness absence. And with physical activity, we can save a lot of money for each presentation from 20 to 50%. So if we just earn this 5% on reducing sedentary population, this will result in at least 121 saved lives per year among under people under 75 years. And also this will result in associated economic benefits more than 200 million euro per year. Because physical activity had a lot of benefits for health. And in Europe, and also in England, and in the United States, in Canada, also in Australia, and a lot of countries, physical activities is now recognized as a medicine. And a lot of doctors can prescribe it. Physical activity had a lot of positive benefits because it reduces the risk of death from heart disease, stroke, from developing cancer, help also to prevent and reduce the risk of osteoporosis, especially hip fracture in women, and promotes psychological well-being. Physical activity has also protective effects against developing diabetes, especially type 2 diabetes. Physical activity lowers the risk of developing non-insulin-dependent diabetes by 50%, and it is effective against falling and fractures among adults in later life by up to 50%. And also, physical activity had a lot of benefits to reduce premature mortality, because it is well demonstrated that moderate to high levels of physical activity are associated with lower all-cause mortality rates. And it was really demonstrated and clearly demonstrated that sedentary people experience 1.2 to a twofold increase the risk of dying prematurely. As you can see here in this figure, more you are fit, less there is a relative risk of death. Physical activity had also a lot of benefits on cardiovascular disease, and it was demonstrated that individuals who are active are 1.9 to 2 times less likely to have a heart attack than inactive people. And also, it has benefits on cancer. Regular physical activity is associated with a decreased risk of developing colon cancer by up to 50%. And this is very important. As you can see here in this last paper published last year in British Journal of Sports Medicine, and it's coming from the Breast Cancer Association Consortium about breast cancer. And it is demonstrated clearly that there is a strong evidence that greater levels of physical activity and less sedentary time are likely to reduce breast cancer risk, with the results generally consistent across breast cancer subtypes. And this is very important, especially for women. Also, physical activity had a lot of benefits for type 2 diabetes, and regular physical activity lowers the risk of developing non-insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus by 50%. Me and my team, we published reviews on 2021 in which we demonstrated physical activity, regular physical activity, reduce the inflammation markers in type 2 diabetes people, especially focus on the adipocines. Here you can see the mechanism underlying the responses of adipocines in response to an acute exercise and how it manages inflammation in obese people. Also, physical activity, it was demonstrated that it prevents or delays the development of high blood pressure and hypertension. It has also a lot of benefits on osteoporosis, especially in women. Regular weight-bearing physical activity is essential for normal skeletal development. And it was shown that strength training and other forms of exercise in older women may reduce the risk of hip fracture by around 50%. On that way, we demonstrated that exercise training had a lot of benefits on bone health parameters in individuals with obesity. And this was demonstrated in this reviews published in Francis in Physiology in 2022. And also, with another team, we worked on strength training, and especially combined balance exercise and strength training on strengths and on strengths in women with the history of force. And we demonstrated that this such of training, I mean combined balance and strength training, may have a lot of positive effect to reduce the force in older women. Regular physical activity, it is also known to reduce the risk of becoming obese by 50% compared to people with sedentary lifestyles. And this is very important. That is why we demonstrate that physical training had a lot of positive effects on anthropometrics, physical and physiological capacities in individuals with obesity. And we demonstrated that physical activity may increase maximal oxygen uptake in individuals with obesity in response to aerobic training, endurance training, or high intensity interval training. And also with my team, we also demonstrated that physical activity had a lot of benefits on gastrointestinal hormones in people with obesity. As you can see here, we demonstrated also that physical activity had a lot of positive effects on adipokines in individuals with obesity. And we demonstrated that there is evidence now existing in the scientific literature that physical activity as part of routine lifestyle behavior improves obesity complication by modulating adipokine levels. And also we demonstrated in a lot of work from my team that physical activity has a lot of benefits, for example,
can you hear me, Hassan Zohel sir? Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Sir, can you hear us?
We could not connect to Professor Hasne. Before starting the next session, next keynote address, may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to please, because we had the Bhutanese delegation to see the facilities and to collaborate with the LNIPE and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to please felicitate them. Ma'am, please. We have 7 delegates from Bhutan. Mr. Sonam Karma Tezing, the Secretary General, Bhutan Olympic Committee. Mr. Damar Singh Gurung, CEO Cricket Federation. Mr. Kinley, Department of Microfinance and Development Finance, Ministry of Finance. Mr. Nima, Chief Sports Coordinator, Department of Education Program. Ms. Tezing, Ms. Kelzeng, Mr. Sonam Nangyal, okay, I forgot. Mr. Kinley Tezring, Mr. Kelzang, Mr. Kelzing. Sorry, Mr. Greenesh, sir, as you are a part of LNIP, I always forget you. He is a ministry representative for this delegation. Now I request ma'am to please facilitate all the delegates from the Bhutan.
May I now request Mr. Sonam, General Secretary, Bhutan Olympic Committee, to kindly address the gathering. Sir, please.
Check.
Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests of the International Conference, my dear students, I would like to first of all apologize for ambushing your conference like this. There's a term, I think, in the Olympic movement called ambush marketing. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we did here today. And for that, I'm truly sorry. We are here to on a recce mission of sorts, a scoping mission from Bhutan to understand and study the sporting landscape in India. Because of late, there has been a growth, a trajectory of sorts in the sports industry in India. And being in the same neighborhood, we are trying our best to now capitalize upon that growth also. Health and physical education, physical activity, all well and good, exactly what we are trying to do in our small country in Bhutan. And I wish you all the best, and I hope you all have a very meaningful and productive conference here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonam. Now may I invite Professor Lee Chi Feng, ICEO Asia College of Exercise and Sports Medicine, Setia Alam, Malaysia, to give a keynote address on the topic Precautionary Exercise in Exercise Medicine. Sir, please.
Say your presentation.
All right. Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, special people of the university, and also the special guest from Bhutan. Well, that's nice. And also students, delegates who are in attendance to this conference. And also I'd like to say thank you for the invitation. It's glad, I'm actually very happy to be in India. My last trip was in Mumbai. The previous one was in Hyderabad. And I think I'm going to travel around India. Yeah, I have the chance. Anyway, we are talking about physical therapists, physical education. Sorry, I'm a physiotherapist and exercise rehab specialist. I did my degree in PE And then later on, the university has converted the university into the Hungarian University of Sports Sciences. And I did my master's in health science and later on my PhD into sports science. And that was when I rode a motorbike. There's a Harley Davidson. I sold it off during the MCO. And the building on top, you see, that's my university in Hungary. All right. I still go back to my university once a year to continue my research. And next month, I'm going back there for the ceremony of the Doctor Honoris Causa that has been conferred to me. Thank you. There's a statement here issued by WHO, and I'm glad that everyone here and this entire university focus on PE, which I think it would be a correct crowd for me to talk about physical activities. Because physical activities now is the 4th leading killer in the world. All right? So if you don't exercise, it has been shown that in the year 2004, 6% of the total death amounting to 3.2 million. And 2012, you have 5.3 million. So over a matter of 8 years, 1.8 million people died just because they don't move enough. And between now, 2030 until 2030, you will see approximately about 500 million people who's going to suffer a heart attack. It's all attributable to the physical activities that we are all talking about for the past one day and today. So move, it's very important, and you are the people who's going to teach people how to move. Well, I think the word physical activities has also been misconstrued or misunderstood. Because in terms of physical activities, it has to be understood that it can be this lady doing house chores, which a lot of the ladies always say that I'm doing enough physical activities chasing my children to the bathroom. The man will say, I've done enough gardening and I wash my car every day. Now remember that those are chores and those are duty. Duties and chores are responsibilities and has to be done, and is normally done under due stress, which will not help you to reduce the level of stress hormones. All right? So the other one you can see is walking. All right? Everybody knows how to walk. I think that's something that we can control in terms of physical activities. Then lastly, the one you see is sports. Sports require skills, and not everyone can play them well. If you were to play hockey with me, the field hockey with me, I wouldn't enjoy it anymore further to increase my physical activities because I don't play hockey very well. I'd rather to walk. But at the end of the day, if you see everybody is doing all these activities here, we need one thing that we are looking at, which is the dosage. Are we walking enough? So if you say that you are chasing your children across the hall to the bathroom to do their showers, are you chasing enough? If you're washing your cars, do you have enough cars to wash? That trigger what we call adaptation in physical education studies or in sports science studies. So it is very important that those dosage that we require and we are looking for from physical activities is the adaptation processes. So when we do physical activities or / exercise, it will precipitate something what we call fitness. All right? And then we like to define how fitness has actually evolved over the past 60 years. In the 70s, it has been called to be play and to enjoy the leisure time. Then goes on to the 80s, after you play and you enjoy the leisure times, you tend to have injuries. We talk about getting fit to prevent injuries. Towards the 90s, and then it is that how fast can you recover from injuries? And then towards the 2000s, you know you can recover fast from the injuries. We are talking about how physical activities to precipitate fitness, which is the byproduct from when you move enough, and how is it going to prevent diseases and live longer. Then later on in the early 2000, there has been a statement called exercise is medicine. People will tell you to exercise, it is a form of medicine. And now, over the past 11 years, I founded what we call exercise medicine. And it took me about 9 to 10 years to be approved and certified by the Ministry of Health in Malaysia that now exercise is a pill. So in my country, just of late, there have been a policy drawn that we have created what we call exercise clinics. And in exercise clinics, where medical doctors has diagnosed any patients to be pre-hypertensive, pre-diabetes, obese, or other NCDs, they will not prescribe medication in the first few months. They will send these patients to our exercise clinic to undergo an exercise program. Over the 3 months to 6 months, during this treatment with exercise, then we will refer them back to the medical doctors. And if found that those diseases, those underlying conditions that they send the patient to are not improving and not being controlled, then they will only intervene with pharmacological treatment. So over these years, we founded off what we call the exercise medicine. Well, I think the previous speaker has said everything, and we can say that exercise can be prescribed as a form of medication to treat 26 different types of diseases. I'm not going to go through that. Okay, I think Hassan has said a bit more just now. We know that it can help you on mental health, helps you on the bone health, helps you on every aspect of the human bodies. Because this is something that I like to tell you, that when you exercise or when you move, your muscle will contract, all right? Or your muscle contract, and that's only when you move. So each time when your muscle contracts, it becomes a secretory organ. It just not only contract and produces force to move the leverage and the joints to make you move, but it actually secretes a lot of called myokines, and those triggers a lot of things, all right? So it has been found that exercise is able to treat different types of diseases. Since you can see that physical activity / exercise can be used as to prevent diseases, NCD, and to treat diseases, and gives you all kinds of good health, but then the whole world has been actually increased in their physical activities. In my country alone, there has been published that 3/4 of Malaysians, they are now actually physically active. There has been a growth in exercises since the COVID-19, because everyone knows that COVID-19 exercise is very important to you. Then what happened? We can still see a projection since until 2030, cardiovascular diseases, they're going to be increased another 5%. Cancer will increase another 5%. Diabetes will increase another 1.1%, same as respiratory diseases. It has not gone down since last time. So what's missing? And you look at the bar chart on the left, you can see a box where I've drawn between Malaysia and Brunei. Malaysia has been carrying the title of the fattest country in Southeast Asia for the past few years. But this year, we lost to Brunei. Brunei took the title. All right? So if you see that, if the world, the researchers, everyone is doing it right, but why is WHO still publishing statistics to mention that people will continue to die in the next 10 years? And one of the reasons that people die is because of physical inactivity. But the world has already published that people are exercising, and more people are exercising now. So what's the cause? Rather than sick, now we have come up to another problem, what we call the exercise paradox. People are dying from exercising. 16-year-old boy from Singapore, he died after a 2.4-kilometer run, professional soccer player. And you see the gentleman on the right-hand side, he's a 40-year-old factory employee. He was playing badminton. And if you notice that these people, when they die during physical activities, they don't die while they are chasing or while they are running or while they are actually running for the shuttlecock. They will die when you're not chasing them. After playing, after hitting the shuttlecock back to the opponent, and when he stands still, he collapses. This young boy, he didn't die while running a 2.4-kilometer run. He died when he was sitting in the classroom. All right? The first professional football player in Hungary, when he collapsed in the field, he didn't die when he was running with the ball. After running, he was walking slowly, he collapsed and he died. So what was the cause of it? Well, nevertheless, that all this death from during physical activities, all right, there has been no evidence to suggest that the risks of these exercises outweigh the benefit of the healthy subjects. And also the physician should not say and tell people that, hey, you better don't exercise or you will die, all right? So there are only a certain few numbers that has been reported of this sudden death during physical activities, all right? But what we are concerned is that we do not want these few numbers to fall into our playground. So we have to be very careful. So if you see overall summary from what I've stated just now, exercise has increased. The World Authority, medical fraternity, the leaders of the country has encouraged physical activities. More people are exercising now. But WHO is still publishing that there's a forecast of higher mortality until 2030. And then you have seen people dying from exercises. So what we have gone through over these years is that there must be something missing, all right? Now let's talk about how this cause of sudden death between warm-up and cooling down. So we have identified something here about 11 years ago, and let's take for example warm-ups. Everyone knows, as PE teachers here or students here or athletes or even John, your neighbor John, he knows that warming up is very important, and they say that, if you don't warm up properly, you're going to have yourself injured. Fair enough. All right? But no one says you got to cool down properly or you're going to get injured. The cooling down process has been quite neglected. So we were looking over these parameters, and then let's look into cooling down a little bit more detail. And we found something. And we found that when we exercise, there's a tremendous amount of potassium that actually shoots up. So if you see phase 1, the line that just shot up, that's the beginning of your exercise period. And in phase 2, you see this period actually is a surge of potassium. All right? Surge of potassium, extracellular, that means outside the cells. And it maintains on in a phase 3. And then you stop. When you stop, if you look at phase 4, the moment you stop, the body will activate the vagal tone. The vagal tone is activated, means the parasympathetic system comes into play. It will slow down your blood pressure, it will slow down your ventilating, all right? It slows down everything. But don't forget, if you do not slow down in a progressive manner, if you slow down just abruptly, what happens is that the potassium that you see over 1, 2, and 3, and 4 phases, it will be reabsorbed back into the muscle. And when you reabsorb back into the muscle, it will over-reabsorb, and you will go through a process what we call hypokalemic. Hypokalemic means you have extremely low potassium, serum potassium, and that will cause fatal arrhythmia to the heart. And this is one of the reasons that can kill you. So over the course, for those people who actually died during activities, if they are dead because of hidden cause of congenital heart diseases, that can't even be screened during medical tests. It can't even be shown through ECGs or stress ECG. All right? That's normally for the young people who die. But for an older group, 35, 40 and above, they normally die because of atherosclerotic diseases, myocardial infarct. So these are the two groups of populations that we look at if there is going to be a cause of sudden death. But there is one group that we can control. That is that if you don't cool down at a proper rate, it can cause death to you. So what we have done is that we have created something what we call heart rate return. Now we have studied maximum heart rate, we have studied target heart rate, we have studied all this. But heart rate return is something new. We created heart rate return about 10, 11 years ago to tell you this heart rate, it is safe for you to stop. Why did I use the word safe? Because when you reach this heart rate as calculated, what we call heart rate return, we have confirmed that the potassium has been absorbed back into its normal level between 3 to 5 milliequivalent per liter. Then you are safe. Otherwise, it may cause syncope, which is dizziness, or you may even cause fatal arrhythmia. So this is how hypokalemia, low potassium, can cause in your blood. If you do an ECG, you will see there will be a ST segment depression. If you see the ST segment, it goes up or goes down, something is wrong with you. And also you can see the inverted T wave and all this. So these are some of the cause will be shown in the ECG if you are hypo in terms of your serum potassium. So what we have done is that I've always told my students in my college, even though we are doing a diploma level, and also advised many of my colleagues who are doing their masters or even PhDs, in every research paper that you do, ensure that the title of your research, the research that you're going to perform with your subject, it has to be industrial related. You must be able to commercialize it. Then it is worthwhile your studies with your professors from the institution that you graduate from. How you're going to help into the mankind. As I recall very, very vividly, that when I graduated and when I've completed off my thesis defense, the head of the scientific committee asked me to raise my right hand. And he said, I hereby solemnly declare and swear that what achieving my PhD is to help mankind. So what we have done is that our heart rate return is a formula to calculate when it's safe for your heart to reach a certain number of beats so that you can control your serum potassium. We were looking around for a treadmill company and we found one. So this is the treadmill that we have found, and in every treadmill, you will see that there's a special graph. When we launched this graph, that was the same time that Apple Watch launched this. And I was very surprised that, hey, how is my research being done by Apple? But later on then we found that it's a different one. The graph looks the same, so there are also certain parameters that we can also measure. So let's say this is the point. I can't show you anyway. You can't see. The slope going up is 5 minutes where you warm up, and then the flat slope, the flat graph, shows you that is the target heart rate that you should achieve. And the moment you finish off your 20 minutes, that's where you slow down. And when you slow down in the first minute, it will calculate what we call your heart rate recovery. That predicts the heart health. How healthy is your heart? How strong is your heart to recover from 130 beats during your exercise? After you stop 130 beats in the first minute, how many beats can your heart slow it down? All right? And from there, after the first minute, we'll go on for another 4 minutes to tell you that how much. We can't measure, we cannot possibly measure everyone that goes on the treadmill and draw their blood from their veins and arteries to say your potassium is good. You can stop now. No, it is impossible. So what we have done is that we use a mathematical calculation, and we found that at this heart rate, we have predicted your potassium, your serum potassium has gone back to the normal level. So this is where the heart rate return calculated here is 106. For this person who goes on this treadmill, using this treadmill, the treadmill will tell you that at 106 beats per minute, serum potassium has gone back to normal. So this is where the safe line is. All right, this is one of the examples that we carry out our research. All right, and this is how we have done it. We did this we had a collaboration with one of the medical university back in Malaysia, and we are extending the research next phase now, and also we collaborate with other universities too in this, especially in Indonesia. Now, to the fraternity of PE, when we first developed exercise medicine to tell them that we can start off with accepting referrals from medical doctors, we went to the Medical Association of Malaysia. We spoke to the Ministry of Health in Malaysia, and the medical doctors welcomed us. The latest thing that we have done is that they have drawn a policy. Malaysia spends about 2 billion ringgit. 2 billion ringgit just for diabetes in a year. How are we going to save those costs? There's no way you can save those costs. Could you imagine 2 billion ringgit in a year just to take care of diabetic patient? And it will continue. because we have not done it yet. So what we have done is that the head of NCD in the disease control unit of the Ministry of Health, they have sat down with us to start up exercise clinics. Exercise clinics to control them. So we are going to start off another exercise clinic just to focus on diabetes alone. So once we have started off with the medical fraternity now, so the next one I was talking about, because I have been to the Mumbai and I was supposed to be in Delhi in February, but then I was not able to go in because I was busy. And when I was invited to this, I was extremely happy because I know this is going to be the population of PE teachers, physical educators. You are the people who are certified, trained academically, well-read, and well-taught. And when you go out with that degree, you are the most qualified person to tell children, adults, elderly, how to exercise, how to move. You would have studied everything in your context of your degree. So that's why we are here, because the great foundation of the exercise world has shaken. We are looking for new blood. And who are the new blood? You are here. We cannot solve the issues of NCD diseases now and even to the future. WHO has already forecast in 2030 more people are going to die. Now when I say 2030 more people are going to die, no one is actually listening here, trust me. Your neighbor collapsed and died in the bathroom yesterday morning when he took his shower. How do you accept the fact? Oh yeah, he had a heart attack, that's it. It's too common. People collapse and die and it's too common. Am I correct or not? A friend of yours have an amputation of the leg. Oh yeah, he took too much of sugary stuff. It's all right, he just cut off his leg. Do you actually think about it as a serious case? So now is the time, because the world is actually dying. And it's not due to a microbe or an organism that attacks the human being. It is due to the lifestyle. One thing that we don't move. And when we move, the missing link is that either you move too much, you start out with aches and pains and injury that you stop. Or you don't move enough, and then you tell people, it's a waste of time. I'd rather be what I am. It's not working. The reason is that we don't move with a dosage. To move with a dosage is exercise medicine. All right? So we have to build a better future for our children and also for our grandchildren in the future. And we are not building something that is just plucked up from the air. We are building it from the facts of the unyielding facts of science. PE is science. Sports science is science. What you talk about, the bureaucracy, how to get the policy being drawn up, how do you sign it and seal it, get the stamp chopped and the representative to sign it. All these are science. My dear friends, today I'm here, I'm very glad that I'm here to tell you that you are also the next population to carry out exercise medicine and to tell people to do it right. All right? Don't just tell people, just walk. That's not right. You're telling people to go and die. Basically. Am I correct? And there's this 10,000 steps. Have you heard of the 10,000 steps? Have you not? You have heard, right? In my country, it is cardinal. Everybody walk 10,000 steps. And you know how many patients I used to receive? Backache, sore calf muscles, gastrocnemius muscles, so painful. 10,000 steps was created by a Japanese man in the early 60s. He was selling pedometers. You know pedometers, the one you put on your hip? And to sell that, he come up with something said, you walk 10,000 steps, count the 10,000 steps, and you'll be healthy. How can one fits all? That's what I heard. Nothing is called one fits all, isn't it? Am I correct? So the 10,000 step doesn't fit you, doesn't fit you. It might fit me, it doesn't fit you. That's 10,000 steps. So when you advise people, advise them correctly. There's no more such thing as called one size fits all. We have to follow modern medicine. Modern medicine has gone beyond frontiers. My son is a medical doctor. He is now with a pharmaceutical company. The kind of research that the pharmaceutical company industries are doing is tremendous. And we have to get the dosage right. When you tell people how to exercise, get the dosage right. All right? So I know I'm given 15 minutes. The last time when I prepared my slides was when I was doing my PhD. That was about 30 years ago. I prepared 97 slides. 97 slides. I thought I was going to be the best. So I went to the room. I met my supervisor. You know what he did the first day? He took the projector out. He took a handkerchief and covered the projector. When he covered the projector, there's nothing on the screen. I don't even remember the title of my paper. And later on, he said, you're only given 20 minutes. And I have to slash my slides to about 20 to 30 slides. Same thing here, I have got 36 slides. Today, I slashed it to 17. Thank you very much. I've done my complete paper. All right. Yes, yes. If we have time to take some questions. Yes. Is there any questions? Yes, yes, I can hear you. No, why? It's not working. Yeah, I can hear you.
See, I was reading about some literature on injuries caused by sports participation. I read an article where it says, whichever exercise is made
Hello.
same exercise can be done by females except one. Except one exercise, and that says female should not stretch her uterine region with weight on the body. Uterus, where she has to keep a child, you know. They said female can do any exercise with weights except one, that is, she should not stretch her uterine region with weight on the body. Normally, without weight, this exercise can be done. You know, my mind goes to some sports like wrestling, judo, taekwondo, where these girls lift, you know, sports persons to put them down. Now, is it right, or you have a different kind of opinion on this?
This is a very interesting question, you see. And let's put it this way. A lot of us study the very basic of anatomy and muscle physiology. You need to know in depth to really understood what muscle is. Of course, when you study A&P, it tells you that when a muscle contract, it will move your body, and that's what you study. You study the origin, you study it. But you don't study more things like the conditioning part of it. If you study the conditioning part of the muscle can act as the prime mover, the secondary mover, the resistive part, the synergistic part. There are many parts where the muscle can. If you can imagine those gymnasts that they can be airborne, nothing to support them, they can spin, they can flip forward, they can flip backward. How is that done? So whether you're going to stretch the uterus part, do we know that? Are we even going to stretch the part of the intestines? Do we know that? We are not that extent to understand that. You know what I'm saying, Anna? Of course, there are many gurus outside, many gurus outside. They have created many exercise types of a name. They have called yoga in the power yoga, the super yoga, and they have come up with many. Dietary intake, like all kinds of diets. Some work, some doesn't work. Some swear to it that I have lost 14 kilo. Some doesn't work because everyone is individual. But if you were to ask me a very simple question like that, whether that we can or we cannot stretch the uterus, I can't answer you at all, because you can cheat me while you contract, you can cheat me when you stretch. You know what I'm saying or not? For example, we have trained a lot of athletes. One of my job when I was back in university is to monitor Olympians. So every Olympic athletes have to have 5 signatures in what we call their black book before they can go out of the country to compete. So when we do this test, we got to make sure that we are getting them right, because some of them may not want to travel, so they will not perform. And we got to find a way how to catch that variables, you see. In particularly muscle. We do not know what's inside. Muscle on top is easy to see. But once it's inside the visceral organ, we don't know what happens. But what we can do is that we will trigger enough what the muscle can produce, the myokines. I think the last speaker talked about it, those myokines. We do not know that the epithelial cells in our arteries produces nitrous oxide. It's a form of gas. And that gas only comes out when we maximize about 85%. And we still do not know that the gas is being produced. But we know 85 to 90% gas will be produced. But we can't measure them. So whether the visceral organ or whether we are able to stretch or not, we do not know. Unless there has been scientific paper to prove that, yes, we have measured that this part of the body has been affected when you do this exercise. Unless, now we are all academicians. Do not believe anything that has no scientific evidence on it. Other than scientific evidence, I can tell in research there's 1 to 10% and 91 to 100%. In those 2 parameters, it includes subjects that are rare, just like COVID. Some don't get COVID. My colleague slept in the same room with his wife and daughter. His wife and daughter are with COVID positive. He didn't get positive until today. Those are rare. So if you read any scientific paper, it doesn't give you the consensus number of subjects in between the 11 to the 89 percentile of subjects. Don't listen to them. We must get concrete scientific evidence before we can say that. Of course, you can read it for pleasure and leisure. It's all right. All right? I can't answer you that because to explain you a little bit more detail, that's how muscle functions. All right? You're most welcome. I wish that I could give you a very clear, direct, but it's quite impossible. Thank you.
I now request Mr. Tahseen Zahid, CEO Sports, Physical Education, Fitness and Leisure Skill Council, India, who is our associate partner as well, to present the memento to the speaker of the session, Professor Li Shifeng.
Thank you, sir. There's a short lunch break. The speakers will be going for the lunch and the other speakers will be joining soon. The students are requested to stay back.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Now let's dive back into our agenda, refreshed and ready to continue our discussions. With that, move on to our next speaker, Mr. Tahseen Zahid, CEO, Sports Physical Education, Fitness and Leisure Skill Council, India, our associate partner. He'll be delving into the topic skill development and entrepreneurship. Sir, please.
So good afternoon, all of you. I will try to, but I like to talk in a mix Hindi and English. I hope that's okay with all of you. Now, the most challenging part, what Dr. Sahu has given to me, is to address people after lunch. Now, that's the biggest challenge for me. I myself is getting lazy because after a beautiful and a wonderful lunch that has been served, and I understand the condition of all the spectators and the people sitting in this audience here. But nevertheless, my job is to keep you engaged with my discussions. So I'm thankful to all the dignitaries present here. आप सब लोग का मैं बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ इस मंच को तैयार करने के लिए। पहली बात तो ये बहुत ही सुंदर कार्यक्रम जो आपने इस 2 दिन का आयोजन किया, एंड मैं सजेस्ट कर रहा था मैम से अभी बिफोर लंच कि इसको आप एनुअल इवेंट कर दीजिए प्लीज, मेक इट फिक्स्ड. आई थिंक these kind of conferences, dialogues, discussions is very very important. देखिए हर चीज के 2 पहलू होते हैं. खेलते हैं हम फील्ड पे हैं, लेकिन खेल के अलावा भी बहुत सारी चीजों का पेरिफेरी क्रिएट करना पड़ता है. उसमें ग्राउंड्समैन होते हैं, उसमें ट्रेनर्स होते हैं, उसमें आपका खाना बनाने वाले लोग होते हैं, उसमें आपकी चीजें पकड़ने वाले लोग होते हैं. वो पेरिफेरी है. चैंपियन एक होता है, लेकिन उस चैंपियन के पीछे 150 लोग काम करते हैं. तो पता नहीं, हम सब लोग को पता ही होगा वैसे तो, एक आईपीएल का जब मैच होता है तो अराउंड 1800 लोग काम करते हैं. जब एक आईपीएल का जो आप मैच देखते हो 2020 का, उसके पीछे 1800 लोगों की मेहनत होती है. सिमिलरली इस तरह के कॉन्फ्रेंसेस से जो इसमें मेहनत लगी, इसको नेशनल एक इवेंट होना चाहिए, एक डेस्टिनेशन इवेंट होना चाहिए कि मैं अपनी डायरी में उसको लिखूं कि मुझे इस टाइम पे ग्वालियर जाना है. एवरी ईयर मैं उसको फिक्स कर दूं. सो दैट्स माय रिक्वेस्ट मैम टू यू एंड ऑल द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हियर. सो नाउ लेट्स कम टू द टॉपिक. सो आई रिप्रेजेंट स्पोर्ट्स, फिजिकल एजुकेशन, फिटनेस एंड लेजर सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल. सो जो लेजर वर्ड है आप लोग उसको कंफ्यूज मत कीजिएगा. वो एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स की जगह उसको लेजर दिया गया. क्यों दिया गया वो मुझे भी नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं तब था नहीं जब ये नाम बन रहा था. तो एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स को हम लेजर कह रहे हैं ना. ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक पार्ट है, एक ऑटोनोमस बॉडी क्रिएट की गई. एंड आवर मेन एंड प्राइम वर्क इज टू क्रिएट कंटेंट, कोर्सेज विच आर रेलिवेंट टू द इंडस्ट्री. सो थोड़ा अगर शांति बनाएंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा हमारे लिए भी और आपके लिए भी. तो ये जो कंटेंट और जो कोर्सेज हैं, दीज आर बेसिकली अ पार्ट ऑफ एनईपी नाउ, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी. अगर आप लोग एनईपी को थोड़ा पढ़े हैं और आपने उसको समझने की कोशिश की है, तो एक बहुत ही बड़ा बदलाव आ रहा है हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, गोइंग फ्रॉम अ सर्टिफिकेशन एंड थियोरेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट टू क्रेडिट पॉइंट एजुकेशन. तो क्रेडिट बेस्ड एजुकेशन मीनिंग कि अगर बच्चा काम भी करता है इंडस्ट्री में जाके, या कोई स्टूडेंट बीच में ग्रेजुएशन फर्स्ट ईयर के बाद, मान लीजिए आप ग्रेजुएशन सेकेंड ईयर नहीं करते हैं और आपकी कोई मजबूरी है, आप अपना जॉब करने चले गए और यू आर गोइंग टू वर्क समवेयर, यू आर गोइंग टू डू योर ओन बिजनेस, that experiential learning also shall be a part of your education journey. So that's the main idea behind the entire creditization of education in the country. And from that angle, if you see, your certificates from even class nursery will get creditized. So every class certificate that you will get will have a credit point. That credit point will reflect into your DigiLocker, And every student is going to have a special ID now. So, for example, like you have an Aadhaar ID. So, Aadhaar ID से हम सारी चीज़ें fetch कर लेते हैं, अपनी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें, हमारा KYC हो जाता है, हमारा बहुत जगह उसको यूज़ करते हैं. इसी तरह से एक स्टूडेंट आईडी बन रही है. दैट स्टूडेंट आईडी विल बी योर सिंगल पॉइंट कि आपका सारे सर्टिफिकेट जिसके पास आपको क्रेडिट पॉइंट मिल रहा है वो आपके डिजी लॉकर में रहेगा, और उसके हिसाब से आपका कॉन्सेप्ट बनेगा ABC, एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट. सो दिस इज अ ब्यूटिफुल कॉन्सेप्ट where every certificate of yours, right from class 1 nursery till your post graduation, will have credit points, and your total credit point will reflect in your ABC. So that is your jama punji. अब आप उसको एक साथ यूज कर सकते हैं हायर एजुकेशन में. मीनिंग इफ आई एम नॉट गेटिंग टू लेंदी, आई जस्ट क्विकली ब्रीफ यू, बिकॉज इसके अलावा फिर आप कॉन्सेप्ट थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल फिजिकल एजुकेशन, लेट मी कम टू नाउ द सब्जेक्ट दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. सो SPFL has a course, for example, a physical education assistant. So that's a course which is a government certification course under National Council of Vocational Education. Now it carries 7 credit points. So when you complete this course and get a certificate, you will get 7 credit points in your academic bank of credit. When you go to graduation level, those credit points can be utilized in your studies, meaning for a semester you need 20 credit points. 600 hours of learning is one semester, right? Even we have a discussion and we are talking to various stakeholders that how these credit points also create your image, your profile image also. सो आप कभी देखिए, आप क्रेडिट कार्ड के लिए अप्लाई कीजिए तो आपका क्रेडिट स्कोर देखा जाता है. आप बैंक में अकाउंट खोलने जाते हैं, आपका क्रेडिट स्कोर देखा जाता है. सिमिलरली, इफ यू अप्लाई फॉर हायर एजुकेशन, इफ यू अप्लाई फॉर एजुकेशन अब्रॉड, इफ यू अप्लाई फॉर एजुकेशनल लोन्स, योर एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट शुड बी द फर्स्ट पॉइंट ऑफ रेफरेंस. नाउ वी एज अ काउंसिल, our main work, again I'm coming back, is to focus on development of content, courses. So till now we have around 40 courses, and the courses that you will see, for example, gym trainer. So you go to gyms and there are fitness trainers. Now till now there has been no certification. So anyone can be a gym trainer. Now physical education is one part, gym trainer is a different part. Because in gyms, there are various ways, like it can be physical fitness, plus there is more of a weight training that happens. A bit of difference between what you learned and what is happening in the gyms. The entire sports industry is very vast and dynamic. We cannot put one course or one learning to every aspect. What my previous speaker was saying, that 10,000 steps cannot be flat for everyone. Similarly, sports education has various facets to it. Lifeguard. So you go to a beach, you will find people standing there, lifeguard. So till now, we have created a framework where a swimming teacher or even a pool maintenance worker, a swimming pool maintenance worker is a course. It has a certificate which government gives. It carries the credit points. That goes up till a level 7. That level 7 is the highest certificate that the government is providing. That level 7 course is deep sea excavation expert. Meaning that level 7 you will be able to drive a motorboat, ride a chopper, deep sea diving, save sinking ships, people. That is the level of course that has been created. So from a pool maintenance worker, you can actually have a career progression in that way. So that is what is happening in skill development. As per the NEP, skill development is going to be a major part in all the education system, right from schooling till post-graduation. So I think it's a wonderful time. The country is changing from one gear to other gear. I'm not the quote unquote. It's not what has happened was not good. What we have done has been done excellently. What we are doing is beautiful. And what we have planned as a country in future for our education system, especially with the skill concept, is going to entirely change the concept of us. I'll just quickly wind up with one, two more details. First of all, you have been seeing our Honorable Prime Minister have been talking about how to make India the human capital of the world. So we all know that we are a very young nation, very young population with us. Recently, in one of the conferences at European Union about physical education and fitness, we were discussing about some concept. And you will be amazed that annually, in the 32 countries of the European Union, annually there is a shortage of approximately 3.5 lakh physical education teachers. Now, if that does not bring bells to your ears, then I'm sorry to say, because 3.5 लाख लोग हर साल जरूरत है यूरोपियन यूनियन की कंट्रीज में फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर्स की. स्कूल में जो टॉडलर्स को फिजिकल एजुकेशन करा सके उनकी जरूरत है. स्कूल के बच्चों को फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करा सके उनकी जरूरत है. वो कौन पूरा करेगा? वेयर आर द पीपल? इट इज हियर. आप लोग हैं जो पूरी कर सकते हो उस चीज को. This is what I want to bring to this institute. This institute has produced the most dynamic and the most excellent people from this institute over the years. I think this is the time where we should look beyond our boundaries. सारे लोग हमारे क्या नहीं नौकरी पा सकते. हमारा जो population है, that is too much. तो उनको जो नौकरी मिल रही है वो कहाँ मिल रही है? वो वर्ल्ड में मिल सकती है, ओवर द ग्लोब मिल सकती है, हर कंट्री में जरूरत है. द इंटायर यूरोप इज एजिंग. जापान इज ऑलमोस्ट 58 एवरेज एज. यूएस, उनके पास लोग नहीं है. आई एम ट्राइंग टू पुश दिस थिंग इनटू योर माइंड कि लुक एट इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन with your heritage education, connect to the international certification processes, and please make sure that you are connecting to the requirement of other countries. Not only physical education is going to be amazing. Sports industry is growing in India at a cumulative average of 18%, which is higher 7% than the average of annual global growth of sports industry. Physical education and literacy has proven during the COVID times that it is your, your activity level which has actually saved. In no injection, no medicine, nothing worked. It was purely your physical activities which actually helped you to remain healthy. More and more people are coming to gyms because we work with gyms a lot, because we are also the certifying agency for the gym setups. So we have been talking to gym owners, and there's a huge number of gyms which are coming up. Sports industry is growing. Schools are requiring huge number of PE teachers because they have also now accepted the fact that education के साथ-साथ physical education and sports भी उतना ही ज़रूरत है. तो CBSE में अभी लेटेस्ट नोटिफिकेशन आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि 1 क्लास पर डे उन्होंने मैंडेटरी किया है कि आपको डेली बच्चों को खिलाना ज़रूरी है. स्कूल्स को पता ही नहीं कि अब करना क्या है, क्योंकि पहले तो वो एक पीटी टीचर को रखते थे और वो सारे बच्चों को खिला देता था, क्योंकि एक वीक में एक पीरियड होता था पीटी का. मेरे टाइम पे हमें पूरे वीक में वेट करता था कि एक पीटी पीरियड आएगा. आज की डेट में उन बच्चों को डेली खिलाना है. लोग कहाँ हैं? Schools are finding it tough. We have recently launched a school program and we are finding it tough to get right people. So my submission is with a line that कि आप लोग जो कर रहे हैं वो बहुत अमेजिंग है, और मुझे लगता है कि इसमें थोड़ा सा अगर हम और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की बात करें, थोड़ा इसको स्किल इंडिया के साथ अलाइन कर लें, तो जो प्रोसेस है वो हमारे जो बच्चे हैं यहाँ पे और जो आने वाले और बच्चे होंगे उनके लिए थोड़ा बेटर हो जाएगा फॉर गेटिंग राइट काइंड ऑफ जॉब्स. क्योंकि मुझे कहीं कहीं पे लगता है कि कहना तो नहीं चाहिए, बट कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि उतना मोटिवेशन नहीं होता. मैं कई पीटी टीचर्स से मिला स्कूल्स में जाके, कहीं पे जाके उनका मोटिवेशन लेवल थोड़ा डाउन हो रहा है, थोड़ा उनको लगता है कि करियर में प्रोग्रेशन क्या है. सो इफ यू आर एबल टू कनेक्ट दीज डॉट्स, आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर स्किल इंडिया हैज बीन क्रिएटेड फॉर. सो I'm hoping and I'm requesting the Honorable Ma'am here to please look into my points, what I'm suggesting, and as a council, we'll be very happy to support all of you at any point of time. If you require any kind of support in academics, in any kind of certification processes, we'll be very happy to work with you. And with that, thank you so much for calling me here and bringing it back. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, kindly be seated over here for our next panel discussion. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention towards distinguished panelists as they delve into the topic on skill development and entrepreneurship with expertise and passion. Our moderator is Mr. Apachu Kodanda, Head, Sports Development, Spotify.
Our panelist includes Ms. Anjali Shah, Founder and CEO, Indian Women Football Alliance and PIFA Sports. Mr. Tahseen Zahid, Chief Executive Officer, SPEFL SC, Sport Physical Education, Fitness and Leisure Skills Council, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, New Delhi. Ms. Priyanshi Bhatnagar, Nutritionist, Founder, Detox-Free. Dr. Gautam Mukherjee, Co-Founder and CEO, Spotify. Ms. Akshata Shukla, Founder, Sports Khabri, Delhi.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to welcome this esteemed panel for this discussion on skill development and entrepreneurship. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Tahseen Zaid for giving this wonderful keynote address. That address has been a perfect launchpad for all of us to delve into our discussion. My 2 cents on this before we bring in our panelists here. Sports as a sector is so vast. You cut this pie across, to cater to a particular agenda, you have somebody here who would be speaking about it. A particular area within sports, grassroots, you have somebody speaking about nutrition, you have somebody speaking about journalism. So there is ample opportunity for all of you in this space to venture in, if you are deciding to step in with the right intent and with the right objective in mind. And with that, I'd like to start with our discussion. My first question is to Ms. Anjali Shah. Ma'am, you've been involved in football and particularly women's football for some time now. Could you share a bit about your journey and also speak about the space and opportunity for skill development within women's sports?
Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone awake? Yeah, not sleepy after all the paneer masala. Everyone's awake, right? Yeah, please do justice to this panel because we have the graveyard shift, like someone mentioned yesterday. Let me quickly tell you a little about my journey. I'm actually a businesswoman. I had my own business 25 years ago, and my husband is the football player, okay? And I used to be an athlete in school, so falling in love with football came really quickly to me because it is such an amazing game. Now, our journey into football began when there was a need for better football training for my sons 20 years ago. Okay, it's as simple as that. We were enthusiastic parents who wanted better football training for our children because we believed in the magic of this game. Okay, and what just started off as a just a small effort to improve coaching methods for our children today, after 20 years, is a professional football club, a men's team, a women's team, under 18, under 15, under 13, the entire youth system, a professional football academy, a foundation, and I think football has given me all the joy that I could have professionally got and that I ever dreamt about. I have been a part of the All India Football Federation Executive Committee. I've been on the Women's Committee. I'm currently chairperson for women's football in Maharashtra. And believe me, being associated with sports is like the best job you can do, because you're working towards something you love, so it's not a job. It's just improving yourself, making yourself better each day. So like I was saying, we just started off very casually because we wanted to do something for our children. But what does it take to be a sports entrepreneur? There are two things that are needed, okay? The first is a love for the sport, and second is business acumen. Now, we already had the business acumen because we were into business already. What we did is actually just adapt ourselves towards the needs of sports. And let me tell you, today, a lot of you are here, are doing physical education, but don't limit yourself only to think that I am only going to work in a school. You all can all be entrepreneurs. Yesterday, I was told that there are no PE teachers in the primary. Now, even though that sounds really terrible, and they said they're going to create a policy for the next 5 years, I look at that as an opportunity. So many of you should be looking at that as an opportunity. See, there are two things again common about sports and entrepreneurship. Both need guts, okay? You may or you may not succeed. I don't know how many of you have felt butterflies in your stomach before you started a race, 100 मीटर की दौड़ जब आप स्टार्ट करते हो, पेट में क्या होता है सबको मालूम है. You get nervous, and that's the same thing with a business. You might or you might not succeed, but you have to keep trying. You fall, you reset. You fall, you reset. I am still doing that. Even after 25 years, I come for conferences like this because I want to learn. I want to improve. I want to make a difference. And now, after all these years, with all the experience that I have garnered with working with so many different people, my goal is actually to improve grassroots football for women in the country. I want to see 10 million supporters. Yes, 10 million supporters, not players. 10 million supporters of the Indian women's football game in the next couple of years. And I'm including all of you all already as my supporters in that, okay? So each one of you are going to support in making an ecosystem. We are going to create that ecosystem. I think that's what is needed today. And the ecosystem involves everything. It involves the actual player, it involves the coach, it involves the educators, it involves the professionals in the business, it involves fans, it involves federations, it involves everybody. So let's all together get and create that ecosystem that's needed. And maybe, I think other sports could learn if we do well in that. So I can tell you my entire journey is about reaching this point and making a plan for the future.
Thank you so much, Anjali. And as you said, there are ample opportunities here for people to explore their entrepreneurial journey as well as build skills in this space. My next question is to Priyanshi as a nutritionist and somebody who is the founder of a company that works in this space. What are the areas within nutrition that you feel there is scope for greater skill development and for entrepreneurial exploration?
Okay. First of all, I want to be very thankful, happy, and honored also to be a part of this conference. Being a holistic nutritionist, I see a huge opportunity to integrate nutrition education with the skill development, which will be a win-win situation for everyone. Why? Because being first and foremost thing which I want to add, which I'm currently doing as a founder, is consulting online holistic services, where we wave why and how, where why is nutrition education and how is skill. So we all know what to eat, but we don't know how to eat. Nutrition is a very big topic, a generic topic, but people don't know small things, they don't know how to implement. So first skill which I feel which people should, add is fill the gap in the niche potential customers in the market. Like people are aware of healthy eating, but they don't know how to add, which can be done, implemented with the skills of meal planning, maybe budget shopping, grocery shopping, because people are tight in budgets. Also, there are situational and demographic based needs, because everyone is from different regions, and being in India, we come from a diverse culture. So every culture has different needs. Some are busy professionals, some are lunch, portable lunch taker people who cannot always eat fresh and healthy, which is always in the go. So being very practical in your approach, which includes a very important skill to integrate skill in nutrition education. Second is, as I said, when you know how to add both the things, giving a valuable service, then that value will be appreciated by the customers. They feel more loyal. So if you know these skills, you know how to integrate these two and teach people. And there are various platforms to teach. One is the online, by creating nutrition courses, by creating nutrition pre-planned kits, where you just tell everyone, okay, so you have this task to do, but you can do these things by ingredients. Let's suppose if I talk about sports industry, if someone is going for any run, I take example of a runner, okay, they don't know what to eat before running, so people call it pre-workout, but again, you can't eat anything. Pre-workout has terms and condition. You have to eat 30 minutes before, 40 minutes before. So these small things are a skill. If you master these skills, you can master your health. So catering to small things and joining the gap between the bridge, where we have why and how, and if we add them, we can do wonders for health. So I took the example of, sports, but in the same way, there is a same goes for the athletes, the runners, and the power lifters, the weight lifters. It goes beyond. And the last thing which I feel the most important skill which people needs to address is the communication. People know, okay, this is good, this is bad, but when they don't know the reason behind it, right? So we all know, like, we have to drink a lot of water. Hydration is the key, hydration is the key. I bet in this room, nobody drinks more than 2 liters of water. But we all know water is important for blood circulation, but no one drinks. We know sleep is important. No one sleeps more than hour. They take work as a priority, they take health on a toss, but they forget that health is the biggest wealth. And the backbone of every sports person or every human being is the health, because what you eat, like, we are what we eat, right? So if we know the basics and if we develop these skills where we can master the nutrition which will not work against your goal, which will work towards your goal, then you have the beautiful connection of your skill set with your nutrition, and which results in a long lasting health. So I feel if we combine these two things, you can win the field. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyanshi. I'd like Akshata to also apply the same lens to sports journalism. Sports and journalism have been going hand in hand for quite a long time, but sports journalism is something that is still a little new when it comes to niche services. So maybe if you could apply the same lens that I requested of Priyanshi, that what are the areas within sports journalism that you see that require skill development programs, and for entrepreneurs to step into this area?
Thank you everybody for having me here. Before I start to talk about this, I just want to put it out there. I did not study sports journalism. I studied journalism, and over there, now that I think of it, I don't even remember if there was even 1 week where we were asked to cover sports or write a report on sports. That's how important sports journalism was. And I did go to a prestigious college, so it's not that it was I expected better, right? I did not have any experience in entrepreneurship. My parents also do not have any entrepreneurship experience. So all of this was very new. The skills that I developed were on the way. Every day I had to call up people, understand things, sometimes be silent, sometimes be vocal about things, learn on the go. But imagine, if there's a place where these skills are being taught, the amount of time that a child, that a young student can save and, just be perfectly prepared to take up a job, that saves the time of an employer as well, because, oftentimes we can see the talent in a student. We can see that they're excited, they're passionate about something, but they do not have the adequate knowledge. They do not know how to write a report on sports, because that's different. Every sport is different. An opinion piece in sports is different. A lot of times people are so passionate that when they're writing about sports, they often, they're partial about the team or the athlete that they support. So the fandom, how to hide it. There's so many things that one has to learn on the way. And if there is a skill program, it just reduces the time. Plus, going forward, I also feel that, in the field of journalism, we are also competing with the factor of AI. Today, if I want to write a report, I can just quickly put it out on ChatGPT that, can you please tell me about this? Can you please, the exciting facts or the news feature can easily be written on ChatGPT. In fact, thumbnails or creatives can be made on ChatGPT. You can record videos. There are certain news portals where even the audio is being used by AI. So where is the need for a sports journalist, right? We are competing not just amongst ourselves, we are competing with AI as well here, right? So what are the skills that we as individuals can also work on is so important. In the world of sports, as Anjali rightly pointed out, it's so important to be passionate. And it's so important to be courageous. It's so important to break the fears of our own minds, Every day we have to come out of our comfort zone. We have to engage with opposite genders also, like I'm sorry, we noticed here that, girls and boys are sitting separately. But when you're working in the world of sports, you cannot have such diversions, right? You have to make sure that you're working, sometimes you have to work at odd hours, especially for girls. There are challenges that we don't talk about. Even today, there are not a lot of girls who are working as journalists in the world of sports. And why is it that? Because oftentimes, of course, there's a system, but oftentimes we also do not push ourselves enough. What we can do is push ourselves, right? We cannot be dependent on anybody else. We can push ourselves, and that's what we must do. We must develop on our skills, and we must push ourselves out of the comfort zone. So, yeah, these are a couple of things that I think where skill and entrepreneurship can also be linked, because when you are working on yourself, you won't be afraid to think of ideas, If you're thinking out of the box, you might just find that, listen, there's this gap here. Maybe I can figure out how to teach kids how to prepare for a physical education course, right? You can just identify opportunities left, right, and center if you have that kind of an open mind. So do not restrict yourself, just try to pick up on those skills and do that lifelong, because in life and in sports, you have to keep on thinking and, breaking those barriers every day.
Thank you, Akshara. That was a very honest assessment of the current situation, and thank you for putting forward those thoughts. My next question is to Dr. Gautam Mukherjee. As co-founder and CEO of Spotify, you work in a space which is an intersection of sports, education, and technology. How is Spotify contributing to skill development in the sports sector, and how are you leveraging technology for this?
At the outset, thank you so much for having me here. It's been a great privilege and honor. We, as a sports company, we work on three. I'll precisely categorize it in three sectors. One is we work with a lot of schools, more than 250 schools we have been working with, and at grassroots level, to elite. So the two categories are, A is the school sports, school physical education, school sports education, and also the elites where we are working with Odisha state government, Jharkhand for talent identification, Assam, and recently we're working with one of the PSUs in Gujarat as well. So see, one major thing that we do at grassroots level is the impact at inclusive level. So the program, our program is very inclusive. And when I say inclusive, it does not mean that whether you are a beginner or an elite performer. Second thing, the program needs to be very age specific. I have visited and I've seen, I've experienced, I've taught as a physical education teacher long back. And the gap where I found in most of the schools, the physical education program is not age specific. So I'm not pointing here anyone, but that's a norm here. So me as a physical education teacher, I get a class of 30 kids and then I decide what to do. How do I engage the next 30 minutes with these 30 kids? And I plan something immediately and I engage them in basketball or football or cricket, and tomorrow some other sports, and day after, and so on and so forth. But the program needs to be very planned, sequential and progressive. These are very two important aspects that we work on. So one is the inclusiveness. The second is the program that we are offering has to be planned, sequential and progressive. And the third one which I want to touch upon is your very important thing is the technology. Now technology is a very, I would say a very 30,000 feet, a very vast word, technology. But to me, technology anywhere when it is implemented, either or in specific, it should decrease the human efficiency and time. Now, how does technology can be imbibed at grassroots level as well as elite sports? Personally, to me, in my dictionary, in my vocabulary, there is nothing called exceptional. I don't see any athlete as an exceptional athlete. It's my personal view, right? And let me explain why I don't see this as an exceptional, why I'm saying that I don't have exceptional word in my vocabulary. Because I often give this example of cricket, and you can relate to your respective sports. A class 5 student plays cricket. We also play cricket, you know, that gully cricket. You also play cricket. Now, what is the difference between a cricketer of class 5 and your college and let's say Virat Kohli? Do you think the difference is huge? I don't think so. But if you look at the difference minutely, the footwork and his placement of foot, the difference is just maybe 1 to 2 inches. It's just a fractional difference. When you bat or I bat, I'm not a cricketer, but I'm just saying as a gully cricketer, sometime once in a blue moon I play. And when I hit the shot, maybe I take out my eye from the ball just 1 millisecond before what Virat Kohli takes out. Very, very minor difference. Even in athletics, you see the 100-meter world record and those who are not even reaching up to the Olympics, their timing difference is just a second or two max. Now, why I'm sharing this? Because that is where the intervention of technology can leverage. It can give you that detail that what is the difference, and because in your blind eye you cannot see. When you see an athlete running, it's very difficult to actually see and analyze that the stride length. I'm talking athletics, but in general, pardon me if I say something wrong. So each stride length, if it is 6 inches shorter in my blind eye, I cannot. But that technology can identify, and you can work on that. The technology can identify the body balance. The technology can identify your biomechanical analysis. The technology will identify everything that will help the teachers, the physical education teachers, the elite coaches, to actually enhance the performance. And most importantly, with less human efficiency and with less time. So we as a company try to combine all those. The second thing, the most important thing is we as Indian, we are not good with keeping data. You'll be surprised to know that all our great leaders' biography was not written by us. Yeah. Play is a natural phenomenon. If we are left on a ground or in a place, we will play. Either we will play with a soccer ball or maybe with pen or maybe with something. Play is a natural phenomenon. But how we, because this is what we are talking about, skill and entrepreneurship. So as a professional, how we can leverage at every level. so that we not only develop our skill, but we can also pass on the skill and show that this is where you stand and this is where your potential is. So it's a both way, and this is what as a company we do. If I was able to address your query.
Yeah, thank you, Gautam. I'd like to bring in Mr. Zahid here. You've heard people who are working in grassroots, in women's sports, in nutrition, in journalism. Now, these are different verticals within the sports sector, and hearing their first insights, where do you see the government's role in aiding them building in the entire skill development space? Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And in fact, what skill development or Ministry of Skills and the other government departments have been trying to do. So we are trying to bring a lot of phenomena which has been happening in sports, which is there. I'm not saying that it was not there. ऐसा कुछ हम नया नहीं कर रहे कि जो नहीं था हम उसको बना रहे हैं. So what we wanted to do, in fact, the concept is, for example, sports journalism, जैसे मैम ने बोला. Now, journalism के courses हैं, but sports journalism is a very niche area. ठीक है ना? उसके ऊपर courses बनाना. और जैसा my fellow panelists said कि industry में एक ready-made product को provide करना. So, जैसे for example मैं एक YouTube channel start करता हूँ. आजकल मैं इसलिए YouTube का नाम ले रहा हूँ because that's more prevalent now. So abhi there was a company, they are young people. So these two young boys came to our office और वो podcast करना चाहते हैं sports में. So they wanted me to anchor it. So they have been requesting me to, sir, can you anchor a podcast? We want to do a series. Now I said, look boss, मैं अपने subject को बोल सकता हूँ. बट ज़रूरी नहीं कि मैं पॉडकास्ट में भी उतना अच्छा एंकर बन जाऊं, बट इसके लिए आप किसी अच्छे एंकर को ढूंढो तो ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा. आई एम जस्ट गिविंग अ स्मॉल एग्जांपल. सर वो स्पोर्ट्स एंकर नहीं मिलेगा कोई. दिस वाज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज फॉर देम बिकॉज जो हैं वो सेलिब्रिटीज़ हैं. सो जो 2, 4, 5 लोग आप देखते हैं टीवी पे वो सेलिब्रिटीज़ हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी बहुत लोग चाहिए. तो उनको कौन ट्रेनिंग देता है? From that angle we came into picture and we said that these are the trainings that we should design in association with industry people only. So skilling is actually a bridge between actual work and education. ये पार्ट है सिस्टम का. हम फोकस इसलिए ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी आपको स्किल इंडिया के बारे में दिखना शुरू हुआ है, बट हमारे पास ITIs और पॉलिटेक्निक्स बहुत सालों से हैं. So we have large network of ITIs, वो भी स्किल डेवलपमेंट ही करते हैं. वहाँ पे भी स्किलिंग के ही कोर्सेज होते हैं. So अभी क्या है कि स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म पे कोर्सेज डेवलप हो गए, या फॉर एग्जांपल न्यूट्रिशन पे जैसे स्पोर्ट्स न्यूट्रिशन के कोर्सेज हैं. Especially we have created courses on sports yoga. So yoga can be in multiple folds. Yoga can be for leisure also, yoga can be for wellness also. So yoga for some women can be to look good and a glowing skin. But for some other women it can be a strength yoga for their, like my daughter plays international. So she performs yoga, which is more of a sports yoga. Because she plays badminton, her different muscles need different strength. तो बड़ा निश एरियाज आ रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर. इन सब के कोर्सेज बनाना, इसके लिए सर्टिफिकेशन अरेंज करना वेयर इट इज अ गवर्नमेंट सर्टिफाइड कोर्स. दूसरा, इन लोगों को एक्चुअल इंडस्ट्री से कनेक्ट करना. दैट इज व्हाट आवर जॉब इज. सो वी हैव पीपल हु आर लुकिंग फॉर right kind of people, and we are people who are looking for a right kind of a job. To bring them together on a single platform is what exactly we are doing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zaid. My follow-up is, please.
Sure. So, sir, just wanted to clarify, there's going to be a system where both, the bridge is also going to be, they're going to link that gap, right?
Yes.
So if employers are looking for new people and new people are looking for jobs.
So there's an application by the name of Sports Grid. So there's an application. So where you will find sports companies are posting their requirement and the data that we have. So all those who are getting certified under ministry. So their data is being pushed there, and it is an auto matchmaking system that we have created. Yeah. So for example, you post a job for sports journalism, just an example. So there are people who have already done a course on anchoring or reporting. So they will automatically get a tinkler that a job has been posted for you, you would like to apply, and they can apply from their profile. So they don't have to create a separate CV. तो जो उनका प्रोफाइल भरा है उस एप्लीकेशन में वो ऑटोमेटिक अप्लाई कर देगा. So that's the kind of system what we are trying to bring in.
And also, sir, for people who are already skilled and have acquired that skill, do they have to take the course again, or they can just apply for certification?
Oh, very nice. So this is a beautiful question actually. So there are two kind of certifications now. एक सर्टिफिकेशन होता है जहां पर आप फुल टाइम कोर्स करते हो. जैसे आप फॉर एग्जांपल स्किलिंग में शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्सेज होते हैं 350 आवर्स 450 आवर्स. तो सो आवर्स में उसको कैलकुलेट करते हैं. उसके लिए आपको फुल टाइम कोर्स करना पड़ेगा अगर आपके पास प्रायर एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है. तो जो सर्टिफिकेशन है उसके कुछ प्री रिक्विजिट होते हैं. तो फॉर एग्जांपल लाइक फिजिकल एजुकेशन हेड, इट्स अ लेवल 7 कोर्स. So level 7 in normal education is PG, post graduation. So as per Ministry of HRD, level 7 of skill ministry is equal to a PG of UGC system. So that has been mapped. ये सारा mapping हो चुका है, right? उसके लिए prerequisite क्या है? उसके लिए prerequisite है कि या तो आपने BPEd किया हो, या आपने NCVT का फिजिकल एजुकेशन या कम्युनिटी कोच का सर्टिफिकेट किया हो विद 3 years ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस. अगर ये चीज़ नहीं है, अगर आपके पास 6 year का डायरेक्ट एक्सपीरियंस है तो भी आप उसको डायरेक्ट एग्जाम दे सकते हो. सो दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ स्किलिंग. जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको थियोरेटिकल पढ़ के ही जाना है. तो जो दूसरा कॉन्सेप्ट है उसको हम बोलते हैं RPL, रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग. मीनिंग कि जो आप पहले से इंडस्ट्री में लर्न कर चुके हो हम उसको रिकॉग्नाइज कर देते हैं थ्रू अ सर्टिफिकेशन सिस्टम. सो दैट्स व्हाट माय आंसर इज टू यू.
Thank you, Mr. Zaid, and thanks for that question, Akshata. My question is to ma'am here, Anjali, that you mentioned that you in your experience of working in sports, in football, you saw particular areas where there are opportunities for entrepreneurs to get into, particularly in women's sports. Let's look at women's sports as our platform here. As an employer, what are the kind of skills that you, what are the kind of roles that you look to hire for, and what are the kind of skills that you expect people to have?
So basically, the kind of roles that are available for men are available for women. Plain and simple. You know, if you're looking at the sports industry, you can be in administration, you can be in management, you can be in field operations, you can be in marketing, you can be in finance, you can be in accounts, you can be in sports law. You can do anything and everything, and it can be a part of a sports management business also. So what I would say over here is, I think in terms of getting skilled at an education level, if we can introduce entrepreneurship at school level or at undergraduate level, that will be fantastic, because then people, along with getting the education they need to get, will also start looking at upgrading the skills that are required for being an entrepreneur. I am an accidental entrepreneur, okay, honestly, but I have done psychology, and I applied a lot of psychology to everything that I did in my life, and I continue to do so. But some people need the guidance, you know. So if we can skill people right from the time where they are studying the subject that they are studying, to either take up a job pertaining to that, or skill them with the needs that makes them an entrepreneur, I feel that makes it easier. To answer your question again, we are looking at every single role that is required to manage sports business. And someone said, for each IPL match, you need 1,800 people involved. And that's absolutely true, Even a football match for one of my teams needs 20 people. and we are playing at like the highest level of football in Mumbai, but I need 20 people on a match day to make that match happen. Someone handles the kit, someone handles the logistics, someone handles the social media, someone handles the nutrition, someone handles the psychology, someone handles the physiotherapy, the coach does the coaching. So there's so many people involved with a simple game. So when you just watch a game on TV and it gets over in an hour and a half, there's a whole village behind that. A whole village has actually worked towards creating that game and creating that production, So just the way, same way, maybe at a smaller scale, but even if it's women's football, it's the same thing. If you want women's football to go anyway, you need all the professionals. You need the journalists, you need the nutritionists, you need the technology, you need the government. We need everyone for everything, because this is not something anyone can do alone. This has to be done together with all the expertise being pulled in, and only then we'll get a fantastic product.
Thank you, Anjali. Dr. Gautam, from your experience of being an entrepreneur, what do you believe are skills that are required for an aspiring entrepreneurs who are hopefully part of the audience today? And how can educational institutions such as LNIPE and help the students build those skills?
Oh, that's a very straight and very short question, but with a very, very vast answer requirement. What are the skills required to become an entrepreneur? Okay, first of all, how many of you want to become an entrepreneur in the audience, mainly students? Okay, so those who are not raising your hand, don't worry. Okay, because you never know when this hits you in your life. I would like to share a small story, if you allow. कहानी पसंद है आपको सबको? हाँ ना? Okay. So there was a family traveling with their 24, 25 years old son in a train. And then when the train was moving, that 24, 25 years old son, he got excited, and when he was looking at the window, he says, Mama, see, the trees are moving back. Because the train was moving. You see, look at that cow, the cow is moving back. Again, after some time, hey, look at that house, the house is also moving back, and the moon is traveling with us. So there was another family sitting just opposite to them and said, on a very good will, said that, why don't you consult a good doctor? Of course, 24 years old and reacting such a manner. So the parents said, yes, we did. And we are actually coming from the doctor. Just today morning, he had his eye surgery, and this is the first time, from birth he was blind, and this is the first time that he is watching the world. Why I shared this story, because all of us have different stories. Similarly, entrepreneurship is also different lens and different story. What I'm going to share today about the skill is completely from my lens, from my mistakes, from my learning, from my success, from my acquaintances, from my team. It may not match with somebody, but what is required, I'm going to tell you. So first thing is, I see one common factor in this auditorium is the passion for sports, if you all agree. We are all passionate about sports, and that's why we are here. We may not be directly associated with sports, but even if it is indirectly, we are passionate about sports. Believe in your passion. However, the most important skill, I'm not going to tell you, don't expect me to, tell you work hard, discipline, please, I don't say, because those are by taken. You do whatever. You make a cup of tea, you have to be dedicated. You make a cup of tea, you have to give time, you have to work hard, otherwise your tea gets spoiled. So please do not think, if you want to become an entrepreneur, please don't think of all these things that you have to work hard, you have to be disciplined, you have to be resilient and all these things. The most important thing what I have realized in my life, I'm a first generation entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, you need to be an ant, A-N-T, ant. Yeah? Because the physiology of ant is such, like they do not have fear. That's why when ant faces obstacle, they don't stop at obstacle. You see any ant, they move, they keep on moving, and they hit the wall and they start climbing the wall. So that's this is the starting point. There are hundreds of skills, and I am going to calibrate all those traits and skills by which your mindset works. So first thing is, you have to be like ant. That's your most important skill, and you have to tune your mind. Tuning your mind and how to become an ant, which is your mindset. Trust me, no teacher and no book in the world can help you to do that. You have to help yourself to set your mindset. And your mindset is going to be your own school. This is my takeaway of my last decades of entrepreneurship. So, and see, this word entrepreneurship, it's not necessary that you have to start entrepreneurship to become an entrepreneurial mindset. You also can join a job and become an entrepreneurial employee. And I have seen personally, if all of you agree, in any job, in any sector, especially in corporate, those who have this entrepreneurial mindset, they move on very fast. Because as an employer, I'll be very honest with you, I need somebody who has the zeal to tell me, let's do it. I love that guy who can tell me that, Gautam, let's do it. The other thing is, when you work, often we encounter what is my KRA, KPIs, meaning your job. What is my job? And we often say, this is not my job. Right? Or we say, please define me what is my job, what I need to do, where I start and where I end. And that's again the mindset I'm talking about. Imagine, you all are here entrepreneurs, and can I say, it's not my job? Can I tell my HR that no, I don't want to talk about HR because I don't like. I don't want to sit with my accounts because I don't like accounts. I don't want to sit with my auditor because I don't like finance. I cannot say no to anybody. Which means I have slowly tuned my mind that either I have to learn this or I have to adapt this. There is no other option. And that is the mindset I'm talking about. If you have a mindset that, okay, I'm in a very free zone and I'll start from 9 to 5, my job gets over. So that's not your cup of tea. Not necessary that you don't have that mindset now does not mean that after 10 years or 15 years you won't have that mindset. The other thing is, when you start this, this mindset, please understand that you cannot go to a school, you cannot have your own school so that you can make up your mind and then start, but it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. And your mindset will be on the same spirit of an ant, that yes, you will keep learning, you will keep getting obstacles, but yes, I will climb up. The other most important thing is, very often I see this, and especially with the young entrepreneurs, that they have a belief that I can do it, which is very good. It turns dangerous when it becomes, I can do it alone. And that is going to be a disaster, being an entrepreneur. Right? That I can do it alone. Trust me, no matter as an entrepreneur what you do, you cannot do it alone. And you have to believe it again, that's the mindset. You cannot do a kind of, you cannot extend a feel-good factor to your team by just saying that I trust in you. You have to trust. And with that trust, risk also comes. You also have to tune your mindset that it is going to be a disaster, the decisions that your teammate is doing, and you have to live with it. You as an entrepreneur and your team take 10 decisions, 10 moves, 10 drastic strategic decisions. Out of 10, maybe 3 will fail. Probably 10 would fail. But still you have to keep believing in your team, because you cannot do it alone. And I think there is a difference between the skill, trait and mindset. What is skill? You do not know what is finance today. He can help you to know what is finance. But he cannot help you to develop your mindset that to sit with your finance guy and day after day, you need to learn from him that what is happening in your business. That nobody in the world can help you. You meet 10 prospects. It happened with me last year. We recruited a fantastic sales team. Fantastic sales team in 5 states. Any guess how many performed? 0. Happens. So should I close the business the next day? Then again the new thing. Now he can help me to understand the skills of sales, the skills of sales pitch. But I have to walk my path. I have to take that step that yes, I'm going to work with my sales team day and night till the time the team is successful. So please understand that skills, that mindset and the end, what I'm sharing now is just the starting point. And believe in yourself that there are 100 things every single day you will keep learning. And if you have that mindset that yes, it excites you instead of a 9 to 5, I think you are good to go. And that's the only skill required. And entrepreneurship is the only area, I think, which does not require any qualification. No qualification required, my friends, trust me. No qualification required. It's only the mindset. The biggest examples are Ambani's. There are lot of companies who are just because they were passionate about their product. Apple is world's most valuable company because Steve Jobs, he was immensely passionate about what he's going to build. And we see today how he has changed the world. So everything again, this also, it starts from your mindset. So I think more than skill, as an entrepreneur, skill set is my one word answer. Very happy if you have any questions for me regarding this.
Just want to add something to what Dr. Gautam said. Do you all understand the concept of being in your comfort zone? Do you all understand comfort zone? Comfort zone means where you all are happy with doing how you all are doing in life. You all are getting 60-70% and you all are saying, "Okay, it's first class, so it's okay, fine." Getting out of your comfort zone is saying, "No, I'm not happy with first class. I want first class plus. I want 85, I want 95%. And I think an entrepreneur needs to feel the need to get out of his comfort zone. You have to make yourself uncomfortable. When you become uncomfortable, you achieve greater things. And today, I want to tell you all, 21st century is the century of India. You all have been hearing so many international people say that. With all the help that we are getting from the Skill Development Council, from universities like y'all that are offering such fantastic courses, get out of your comfort zone. Break that barrier of being comfortable. अरे ये तो आराम से मैं करूँगी बस हो जाएगा. No, break that barrier. Become uncomfortable. When you become uncomfortable, you will strive to become much better.
Just to add on this uncomfortable zone, Apache, one of the most uncomfortable zone, I just realized, entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey. It's a very, very lonely and dreadful journey because many things you cannot share. Many things you cannot share with your colleagues, you cannot share with your family, maybe with your investors. You have to live with it. You have to keep on thinking that how do I overcome? And most of the things you cannot share. You have to be very, very honest with you. And entrepreneurship is also one of the best form of gaining spirituality. That how true you are to yourself. And that's another side of spirituality. So yes, growth happens. Growth only happens outside your comfort zone.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Anjali. As experienced entrepreneurs, those insights would really, I hope you all have heard that and noted it down. I have a question for both Priyanshi and Akshata. As young entrepreneurs, I would like you to look 5-10 years into the future in your space. And what disruptions or what changes do you see happening, and how can you or other people who want to get into that space can can capitalize on those things?
If I start with entrepreneurship, if I talk about the sports entrepreneurship only, Mr. Z told about sports nutrition certification. Now, taking an example, if someone is qualified as a sports nutritionist, now he or she is confused where to apply: gym, cricket, football, hockey, where? There is no specification. Because a sports nutritionist read and study course which is applicable for all, but in practical world it's not applicable for all. If you go to any gym, athletes doesn't have any nutrition. If you talk, any trainer in the gym will tell you eat rice, chicken, boiled veggies. That's the staple which we are listening from a decade, and it's still going on. We haven't addressed that area. Similarly, there are so many sports which we don't know. A kabaddi player, a sumo wrestler, a karate, a kickboxer, everyone has a huge different nutritional needs, supplementation needs, and also when you exercise, especially if I talk about sports, there is a pre-workout requirement, there is a post-workout, there is a intra-workout, there is a recovery requirements, huge difference in every sports. And in addition to that, there is meal planning, there is a hydration, there is a sleeping, there are a lot of factors, and so everything has so much of importance which people don't see. And if I talk about the opportunities as an entrepreneur, and if anyone who is wants to be into nutrition, especially in sports nutrition, you have to fill the gap, the specific nutrition gap. There is a trial, there is a powerlifting nutrition, there is a weightlifting nutrition, there is a mastery in different kinds of sports. You can be a cricket advisor and nutrition, you can be physical education nutritionist. So we have huge opportunities, it just we don't find the solution to bridge it. And I can see government and even private institutes are taking initiative to bring a lot of courses. And in this tech world where we have phones which we use it for social media but doesn't have some specific certification, we can even learn certification across the globe and apply the same knowledge in our place and give solution to so many problems which people don't find the solution. Because what is entrepreneur? Entrepreneur is the person who just find solution to a problem. Then only he or she can win the world. That's what the simple, any business strategies, any product or service sell when they find solution to a big problem. When you cater the problem, when you bring the solution, you become the successful entrepreneur. Second, I want to also add from my experience is like ma'am was an accidental entrepreneur, but I'm a passionate entrepreneur because I love what I do. And I feel when you love the work you do, there is no 9 to 5, there is no weekend, there is no week off, there is no occasion, because every day you get up, you feel excited to work. Every day when you get success, be it your employee success, be it your client success, your customer success is your success. So when you take your profession as a passion, then only you can rule that industry. So to anyone who wants to enter in any department, just be passionate. And if you don't know where you are good at it, take a skill test, because sometimes we just go with the pressure of society. Okay, we have to do this, we have to do that. Maybe sometime I have seen so many people who are just good at drawing and they are earning money in drawing. So you should find your skills. It's you who have to find your own skill set. Then only you can find industry. And getting the right mentorship, as Mr. Z said, like we have to find the right mentorship, because everyone needs mentors who can guide you, who can correct you, who can show you the mirror. Okay, you are at this level, you have to reach that. For this, you have to have such kind of a mindset, a routine, because till the time you don't have a powerful routine, you can't achieve anything. So anyone who is in any industry, they always have a routine, because that helps you physically, mentally to achieve to your goals. So for any entrepreneur to bridge this gap, see the gap see the problem, then only you can find the solution. And sometimes it's also happen, every version have a different mindset of working. So maybe I from nutrition industry have a different mindset for anything, someone will other have. So what works for you might not work for anyone, but just underlining the basic steps, like how you address the challenges, how you address the problem, and how you find the solution is the base of any entrepreneur who wants to success in any field of the in any industry. And in today's world where things are very globally accessible, and where you can cater things in a very vast way, because now every field has so many mini segments, and India being a populated country, we have huge audience to cater. So even if we pick a small niche, okay, suppose if ma'am is conducting a football, if we go as a football nutrition educator, you have huge money. If you go as a hockey women nutrition trainer, you have huge money. I'm talking about nutrition because I am from that industry. You can pick any industry. The main thing is you have to be very target audience is specific. You should know your customers, you should know your clientele, and for that you have to develop that skill set. And one thing I think which all will agree as an entrepreneur is you must have patience, because patience is the key to success and also to your journey, because there is no quick win, there is no race. It's your journey. You are the leader, you are your mentors, so you should have patience and trust in yourself and believe in yourself that if you can do it, then you can make anyone do it. But if you can't do it, you can't let anyone do it also.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Maybe Akshata, if you could just take a couple of minutes and also answer the question that looking 10 years ahead in sports journalism, what are the disruptions that are going to happen, and how can people leverage it or capitalize on it?
Just wanted to also add a couple of points about entrepreneurship that already we have discussed. I think detachment is also very important when you are an entrepreneur. Knowing when something is not working and not being very blind that, I'm stubborn, this is something that I really want to do. Of course, you have to have the passion, you have to keep going on, but please look around for advice and identify if something is not working. It's so important to walk away from something if it's not working, because like recently I had this idea and I was really excited about it. I thought there's no platform where if a woman sports fan wants to find merchandise like jumpsuits or dresses of my own particular club or team or athlete, I can't find it, right? And I was so excited about it the entire day. I thought it's something so new. But when I sat down and thought about it, where is the market? It's an idea that will appeal to me. Some friends will say, yeah, or some fellow fans will say, yes, please go ahead with it, we'll buy the product. But you have to see how realistic your idea is and speak about it. And that's where mentors come into picture, as Priyanshi mentioned. Have those honest mentors in your life. It's so important. And coming back to the journalism stage, in India, I think there's still so much potential, because out of the 100 things that are being written on sports, so much of it is on cricket, unfortunately. Sometimes I think, and I was just telling this to Anjali also, that cricket does more harm to other sports as compared to good, because it just takes away sponsorships, it takes away content space, it takes away advertising, everything. So when you consider other sports, the potential is huge. There's no dedicated platform for a dedicated sport also for content. If you want to know that if there's only one platform that's covering only Indian football news, you won't find it. Or if there's one platform that's covering only NBA news in India, or Kabaddi news in India, or professional boxing in India, there are no specific platforms also. Forget, of course there are platforms that are doing multiple things. What I'm trying to paint a picture here is, even if we just concentrate on one sport, the potential is huge. Apart from journalism, I also want to quickly add on the content creation part, because they go hand in hand when we talk about journalism. Recently, National Creators Awards were announced. And please don't think that I'm blaming the government. No, I'm not. I'm just putting it out there that the industry of content creation in sports is also so niche that there's no category for sports in these awards. That shows how niche and evolving the industry is, and the scope that there is. And thankfully, the most amazing thing about the sports industry, not just in India, but internationally, is that people are so willing to help you. No, you can reach out to people, they'll be willing to help, they'll take that extra mile, you know, to support you, to encourage you, to do whatever they can to support you on your journey. So the potential is huge. You just have to see what can work for you. Keep your eyes open, and as journalists, make sure that you're also developing your own content and your own personality, and not just focus on a particular brand, because 5 years down the line, if you decide to leave that brand, you will carry on your personality to the next organization that you go to. You build your own brand. So that's very important in a journalism setup. Like, you know, Barkha Dutt now, she's no longer working with NDTV, but she's a brand in herself, right? So it's very important to build a brand of your own self.
Thank you, Akshata. I'd like Mr. Zahid to maybe put the last word here. How can you and the government leverage all this passion and domain expertise that is sitting on the stage today and within this sector to co-build that sector and get us beyond that 18% growth that sports sector is seeing?
So, जितनी देर आप लोग ने बात की, मैं बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहा था सब लोगों को, और ये मेरा सबसे फेवरेट टॉपिक है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. सो पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो, अगर किसी ने मेरे बारे में कुछ पता करने की कोशिश की हो, तो आई एम नॉट कमिंग फ्रॉम अ गवर्नमेंट बैकग्राउंड. सो आई हैव बीन रोब्ड इनटू द काउंसिल फ्रॉम एन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बेंड ऑफ माइंड. सो मैंने कई चीज़ें की हैं लाइफ में, और ज़्यादातर फेलियर रही हैं. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू से दैट. बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल नहीं रही हैं चीज़ें, और उन चीज़ों से सीखा, और सीखने के बाद शायद फाइनली कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हुई जो सक्सेसफुल बहुत हुई. सो आई कम फ्रॉम अ मैनेजमेंट बैकग्राउंड, अ फॉर्मर क्रिकेटर, नेशनल क्रिकेटर. तो वो जो बैंड था स्पोर्ट्स का और मैनेजमेंट, IMC एंड देन ISB हैदराबाद, उसने कुछ सिखाया मुझे. कुछ मेरे अपने वेंचर्स रहे पहले. So I have sold one of my ventures to larger investors and I've made my money in life. So I know the journey of entrepreneurship very well. How to make it, how to sell it off, how to make money. And ultimately I am very proud to say कि पैसा बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ होती है entrepreneurship में. देखिए, खाली पेट entrepreneurship चलेगी नहीं बहुत दिन तक. फैक्ट बात ये है. और entrepreneurship करने के लिए, एक entrepreneur बनने के लिए आपको बहुत जिगरा चाहिए. I'm very crude in my words sometimes because I have seen those faces in my life. आपको पहली बात तो कोई सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा. आप इन सब चीज़ों के लिए तैयार रहिएगा. मैं आप लोगों को डरा नहीं रहा हूँ, बट आप लोगों को मैं तैयार करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. और अगर आप लोग कोशिश करें, प्लीज़ सर्च माई LinkedIn पेज, and I have almost around 30,000 followers there. I also mentor young entrepreneurs, and that is purely honorary. I mentor them. और उसमें 2-3 हैं who have made big things now. जब I was earlier heading Tech Mahindra growth factories before I took over council as a head. So to Tech Mahindra growth factories is a concept under Mahindra group where they incubate new ideas. Okay, so they have taken me to help incubate ideas, right? So वहाँ पे एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे थे हम. Then suddenly this passion of sports and entrepreneurship and my work in skill development suddenly enticed the ministry and my mentor also, who's the chair of the council also, Jalaj Dani, who's also the Asian Paints owners, and FC Chennai Football Club is owned by them. TT League of India is theirs. So we started thinking how to create this council. So like any other sector councils, there are 35 sector skill council under ministry. Every industry has a sector skill council. Construction, banking, IT, ITS. We decided that this council will not bank upon the funds or the grants that will come from government. So we created a model which is self-sustainable. Being a government organization for the certification, so we made that creating content and courses is one part only, but the entire revenue model will happen through commercialization and monetization of my knowledge. Okay, so this council itself is an entrepreneurial journey for me. Over the years, I and we, in fact, proudly say that we have already created around 70 entrepreneurs from our side. When I say entrepreneurs, so entrepreneurship का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप शार्क टैंक में ही जाओगे. पहली बात तो ये सपना हटा दीजिए, राइट? क्योंकि सबको ये लगता है कि मैं कुछ बनाऊंगा और बस मैं 1 साल बाद BMW चलाऊंगा. वो होगा नहीं लाइफ में, ठीक है? उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. ये जो शोज हैं, ये जो फिल्मी ज्ञान है ना, मतलब उससे बाहर निकल के अगर आप बनेंगे एंटरप्रेन्योर तब तो शायद आप बन सकते हैं. क्योंकि वो जो उसके साथ ग्लैमर अटैच कर दिया है ना, वो ग्लैमर उतना है नहीं जितना दिखता है हमको. एंड यू माइट बी नोइंग बेटर देन हु एल्स. तो मेहनत बहुत है. और जो लोग कहते हैं कि मेहनत नहीं, हम ऐसे कर लेंगे, हमारा आइडिया ग्रेट था, कुछ नहीं होता सर. आपको ही करना पड़ेगा, आपको ही गिरना पड़ेगा, आपको ही उठना पड़ेगा. कोई बचाने नहीं आएगा, ना कोई सपोर्ट करने आएगा. तो उन चीजों के लिए तैयार रहिए. पैशन है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, बट पैशन भी वो वाला नहीं जो फिल्मी होता कि झुकेगा नहीं. ऐसा नहीं करिएगा, टूट जाएंगे आप. तो आपको एडजस्ट करना पड़ता है अपने बिजनेस मॉडल को टाइम टू टाइम. वाई आई एम पुटिंग दिस कंटेक्स्ट इज के आप सोचते कुछ और हो, अल्टीमेटली जो सक्सेस होता है वो कुछ और होता है. द मोस्ट प्रॉब्लमेटिक थिंग दैट आई हैव सीन इन दिस एंटायर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम इज एक्सेल शीट. 100 times you will make billionaires out of एक्सेल शीट. आपने एक्सेल शीट पे फॉर्मूला लगाया, उसको लिंक किया, इधर से 1 रुपया चेंज किया, उधर 10 करोड़ चेंज हो गए. और आपने कहा बस दिस इज माय बिजनेस, ये इधर करूंगा मैं, ऐसा इधर पैसा आएगा, इसका मैं बंगलो लूंगा और उससे ड्राइवर आएगा, BMW चलेगा, राइट? तो प्लीज डोंट बिलीव ऑन योर एक्सेल बिजनेस प्लान्स. सबसे पहला लेसन, बिकॉज इट विल रूइन यू. इट विल शो यू योर आइडिया billion times. That is the biggest challenge, right? So be realistic, find a problem, look at a solution, implement it on yourself. कुछ दिन उसको रन कीजिए at a lower level, थोड़ा टेस्ट कीजिए, थोड़ा पायलट रन कीजिए, फिर उसमें अपना थोड़ा पैसा और लगाइए. जब तक आप अपना खुद का घर बेच के पैसा नहीं लगाएंगे, इन्वेस्टर नहीं आएगा. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट. फिर जाके मॉडल बनता है, ठीक है? सो अभी व्हाट वी हैव डन दैट वी आर actually council has created a system where we in fact we help people to set up their own training centers, so they can run council courses in their own training centers. Now those training centers itself is a business model. It's a P&L model, right? So people are making good money, they are happy, making much better than their jobs. Again, on another note, we have just started school programs. So in school programs also, it's a business concept where we are asking state level implementation agencies to take over the program, and we remain as a certification agency only. And we are helping them to go to schools, talk to schools, we are helping them getting conferences done. So this is a kind of support that council is providing to entrepreneurs, right? Even sports grid application is an entrepreneurial model. So when we were starting, when I started thinking about it, so people said that you will need 5 crore, you need 10 crore, you need this crore. As a council, we don't have that kind of money to invest. So there's a business deal. So a technology company I roped in and asked him, okay, technology is yours, idea and support is mine. Let's create a model. The model got created. Today we have more than 1.5 lakh members on it, without even investing a single penny. Here the investment was my knowledge. Technological partner wanted someone to support. So it's a business model basically. So बहुत तरीके के business models निकलते हैं. जरूरी नहीं कि कोई एक सर ने कुछ किया और सब उसी के पीछे भागने लगे. आप खुद सोचो और बिजनेस इतना है स्पोर्ट्स में कि आप सोच नहीं सकते. The huge business opportunities. For example, you're wearing a Nivea socks, a company Nivea. I don't know how many people know that Nivea is an Indian brand. Costco. Costco is an Indian brand. Costco itself, because they are a part of my board, so we discuss in and out. Costco itself need people who can help them manufacture their products. वो लोग कहाँ हैं? तो मेरा my end submission to this, I'm not going to take more time. Council is there to even incubate your ideas. If you have any idea, you can come discuss with us. If we find it right, council will help you to grow. Don't feel that council will take away your business. It's not like that. We are here as an incubators, right? We will help you to connect to right investors also at a right time. So that is what a job is from the council. So we create content, teach content, connect people for livelihoods, help them become entrepreneurs also. So that's the overall concept of the sector council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zahid. And on that positive note, we'd like to end this panel discussion. Sorry, we have run out of time for audience questions. Probably you all can connect with them after this session offline and ask your questions if any. Thank you so much, panelists, for your time and for this wonderful discussion on skill development and entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Hello. 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 Sir, please. First panelist we have Mr. Tahseen Zahid, Chief Executive Officer, SPEFL-SC, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, New Delhi. Next in the list, Dr. Gautam Mukherjee, Co-founder and CEO, Spotify.
Next we have Ms. Anjali Shah, Founder and CEO, Indian Women Football Alliance and PIFA Sports. Ms. Priyanshi Bhatnagar, Nutritionist, Founder, Detox Free.
Last, Ms. Akshata Shukla, Founder, Sports Khabri, Delhi.
मैं जाऊंगा कोई बात नहीं आप आइए नहीं मैडम आप लोग आइए सो यू कम विद दिस
Thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you, sir. Now let's delve deeper into our discussions by entering towards the last panel discussion for the day, where the moderator is Mr. Amit Malik, IPLA Country League, India, with the topic Inclusive Physical Education and Sports.
It will be my pleasure to invite our panelist, Professor Kalpana Sharma, Director Academics, Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports, Patiala. Thank you. Dr. Kylie Pushkarenko, Vice Chairperson, IPLA International Physical Literacy Association, Canada. Professor Nishant Singh Deol, Head Physical Education, Punjab University, Patiala. Professor Syed Tariq Murtaza, Chairman and Professor, Department of Physical Education, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. And the last panelist, Mr. Chris Nunn, Performance Consultant at Oceania Paralympic Committee, Australia. I request to give a round of applause for the panelists.
Very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to the last session. I've been told I need to wrap it up fast. I'll try my best, but not losing the essence of the opportunity. So thank you to all the panelists for this wonderful opportunity to talk to all of you. Just to ensure that we stick to the topic, my only request is that initial half of the panel discussion would be more around as is situation. What is the current policy? What is current situation? What are the current challenges? Rest of the half, we will discuss more of the possibility and solutions so that we don't discuss solution from the start. So I want to start a little bit with my own journey as well. I was introduced to a Paralympian almost 7 years back in a marriage function. I still remember that. A quadriplegic athlete who was not able to hold the glass of water in his hand. And I was introduced that he has got to Asian Games medal. And he throws discus. And he was not able to hold his glass of water in his hand. And asked him, how do you do it then? He said, when I started my journey in sports, the first discus I threw was on my own legs. Now I throw it 12 to 13 meters. But I found that the way to manage is by applying a special kind of glue on my hand. So I apply a glue on my hand, practice with that, but with every throw my skin peels off. With every throw that peels off. And my submission was, how can I help? Because the first instance of not holding a glass of water and doing that. And from that, of course, I work with Gopichand Academy, and now Gopichand Academy are around 25 para-athletes in badminton. We are majorly supporting them. And this instance also very special. My daughter also trains in badminton at Gopichand Academy. And after the Sindhu's medal in 2016, which was very rare for India in 2016 Rio Olympics, a lot of journalists were there, a lot of Olympians were there. And journalists asked my daughter, so it's so good to see Sindhu winning from your academy. So does Sindhu inspire you? And she said, no. Indian para-athletes inspire. Her journey is fine, it is important. but I've seen the para athletes, how they train, how they find the solutions. So still remains with me as very interesting memory to share with how my journey started. And I'm sharing informally with our group that I've heard a lot from para athletes starting now the discussion that they said that in India it has grown post Commonwealth Games quite a lot. The whole discussion around sports inclusion and Paralympic movement. But most of the athletes claim that it is mainly out of the government money, which is the motivation. And rest of the system is still to fall in place. This is why it's been my journey from the athlete side of the story. I would want to start first with the Kalpana ma'am, because you work with the government system. That what are the current policies, schemes around promotion of Paralympic movement and inclusive physical education? Because we recently had the Khelo India Para Games as a very unique start.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. A very good evening to all of you. And I really thank the organizers and Dr. Sahu in particular to invite me to this international conference. Coming back straight to what Mr. Malik has asked me about what the government is doing or what are the policies on that. First of all, I would like all of you to at least quickly give a quick clap to the para-athletes and people who are working with the para-athletes, because that is where support is really required. Having said that, as mentioned that para-athletes or participation of India in Paralympics is not new. If you go back and see your history books and if you go back and see development of para participation of para athletes in Olympics of Indian athletes, you will still find there was a army personnel who became a para and then he went and won the first medal for the country in Paralympics. So that is the journey of the Indian scenario. Coming back to the present scenario now we see that yes, there is a thirst of the government towards the para and promotion, bringing an equalizer to the award money, organizing the para Khelo Games from 2023 this year. So there is a lot of first or a lot of initiatives you can say from the government end also, that there is a parity between normal athletes and para-athletes. There is a prize money which is also equal now. There is no discrimination there. And then yes, there are games which are planned in particular for them. And I'm sure all of you must be aware, primarily our students, that this year, December 11th, the first Khelo India Para Games were launched. So there is a journey of the para and there is a continuity of it. And I'm sure once the games are launched each year when they will be conducted, there will be a lot of sensitization towards everyone. And each one, including us as educators, LNIPE as physical education teacher trainers, will look forward towards reviving their own strategies, looking forward to develop curricula which is integrated, supporting the para-athletes also. I think that, thank you.
Thank you, Kalpana ma'am. And I think just to share Chris and Kyle as well, our Paralympic medals have been more than Olympic medals in Asian Games and the Olympic Paralympic Games as well. So Chris, coming to you after that, since you work with Oceanic, a lot of countries on the para movement, how is the overall system for para sports development which you have seen? And what are the different support and layers of the Paralympic movement where you have worked for?
Thanks, Ahmed. It's an interesting question, and it's an anomaly that we experience in Oceania. So I'm going to speak about Oceania and withdraw Australia and New Zealand. They are Western developed countries and have a different relationship with parasport than we find in Oceania. So if you haven't been to Oceania, it is a massive number of islands, and I can talk about a country of Solomon Islands, for example. There are 83 islands just within the one country. Trying to get around to find out where the para-athletes are is problematic. And each of the islands is in the same boat, except excuse the pun, they're in the same circumstance where there's a lot of travel to overcome just to find where people are and to link coaches and athletes. And then you have little islands like Tuvalu or Kiribati, and they are atolls. So you can literally, there are parts of their islands that are no wider than this building, this room, not the building, the room. You can stand on one beach and throw a stone across to the other side of the island. And they have 30,000 people. So we deal with very small islands and lots of islands. The problem we've got in para-sport, and I would recommend get online and have a look at a little video clip called The Hidden People, Vanuatu, and it will explain beautifully what happens. You can find athletes if you know where they're living, but in many situations it is a cultural embarrassment to have someone with impairment in your family. So we know of people that have had family members that are para-athletes and living in homes, but they're not allowed outside for the embarrassment to the family. So we met a family that had a girl for 20 years. She'd not been allowed outside. And even when we had Rotary donate a wheelchair, they weren't allowed to deliver it and have a photo. So this girl lived in and was given the wheelchair by her parents, but her father would not let her into the community. So that's what we're dealing with. That's why I told the story about the young girl whose parents said, does that mean she can now go to school? So the first thing we have to overcome is finding these people. Once we find them, and we initially, 20 years ago, I was in the islands doing talent identification. So we would go out and we'd find a group of athletes, and that was easy because if I said, well, I will feed you for the day, I would have people turning up at 7 o'clock in the morning and waiting for a lunch meal at 12 o'clock because that would be the best meal they would have for the week. So I quickly worked out that was the incentive to get them there, was to feed them, because they normally eat rice and fish they would catch in the morning. So it'd be interesting to talk to nutritionists about how that goes with high performance sport. So when we did that, and we were quite successful, but we didn't have the link to then get them training. So we thought, well, let's change the focus and go coaching, look for coaches. So we did that. And then the problem was, we've now got an athlete and a coach. Now we have to get them classified, which is it is the absolute integrity of parasport, but it is the biggest barrier to parasport in the developing countries. And I was talking earlier to someone about the possibility of in Europe during 2020 for the sport of athletics, we had access to 19 different classification opportunities, and most of those within an hour of where people live. In Oceania, we had one opportunity, and it costs on average 5,000 Australian dollars to have someone travel from their home to get classified. Some of these people spent 3 nights on a boat going from a small island to stay in a bigger village to then get an aeroplane and passport and the metrics to get their visas to come to Australia and be classified. Now, the ridiculous part about that was some of these people were arm amputees or leg amputees. It's not going to grow back. The classification system is flawed in terms of access. And as I said, it's the biggest barrier to sport in the islands. The costs are enormous. A teaching wage in some of the islands is 8,000 Australian dollars for a full-time teaching salary. And we were spending $5,000 to have an athlete classified. So that's very general, but it's the biggest problem we face. And then the other problem is that the second part of the equation is once we've got the athletes, nothing happens unless we have a very good administrator. There's a lot of work to be done in loading information to the sports data management system, to having countries registered with the National Paralympic Committee, the International Paralympic Committee. And it's just mere size of these nations that to get good governance, we've realised that we're probably better off working with Olympic committees or Commonwealth Games committees, because we have people who understand sport, understand systems, we can provide them with support for classification, but we need governance. And without going hand in hand, we really don't have much progress at all. So I think that's enough to start with in terms of the problems we have to overcome just to get to the playing field. This is not competing, this is just getting there.
Thanks, Chris. I think this is pretty much same in India as well, as you shared that I've seen athletes taking loans, selling their houses just to get classification. It's a very big challenge to start. So thanks for highlighting that point even more. I'll come to Nishant sir. You have very rich experience in higher education space. So what are some of the policies around in higher education for students with disabilities? What kind of sports, either professionally or recreationally, we offer to them in our higher education system, sir?
Thank you. First of all, the title of this panel discussion, Inclusiveness in Sports. I divide it in two parts. One which we had been talking regarding para-athletes and other population. And another one is inclusion of each and everyone. We talk a lot about sports for all. This message we want to pass on to the society, that each and every individual should be involved in sports. You should be associated with sports as a motivator, as a recreational participant, or elite, or a sports promoter. Every individual is involved with it, sports. And this is the reason. This message through sports we can pass on to the society, that inclusion through the mode of sports. And even in the president of IOC, he has said what he has said. Dr. Uppal was talking same thing when women empowerment was going on, the session was going on. Yes, we have made progress. This is the words of Thomas Bach. Yes, we have made the progress. Yes, we can proud of this, but we are not complacent. There is still lot to do. There is still scope is there that we need to include. Inclusiveness means we have to include every part of the society. Every part of the society. So even UNO has passed on the message that sports is for development of peace. They had included in their policies. They had included in their policies. And apart from, as we were talking about para-athletes, there are a lot of other population also, dear friends. Other population, nowadays the terminology, it is quite famous, LGBTQI, the word I has been introduced. I hope everyone in this hall is very much aware with lesbians, gays, transgenders, queers and interqueers. Where is this population? Where is the policies in relation to these population? My dear friends, we talk about in India, the topmost state which produces the athletes is, number one in sports is my neighboring state, Haryana. Everyone is agree with me? Sure? Even in their state policy, they doesn't have included the word transgender. They had prepared the policy only for men and women. Where are the other inclusiveness? We talk about sitting here, it is very easy to talk about inclusiveness, but where are our policies? Then comes, same is with Bengal, and the first state which has come up to include transgenders in their policy is Karnataka. In Karnataka, they had included the word transgender, and they are preparing the policies of all these things, like how they can be promoting transgender. This is the duty of the sports fraternity, sports family, that we have to involve each and everyone. So then only, when you talk about India also, as Malik has asked me to talk about the Indian policies. So Haryana is one. Then there was a landmark decision in relation to this. A state level, district level tournament was going on in Kerala. In Kerala, a district level tournament was going on, and the organizers, a transgender athlete was participating in judo competition. They had debarred them. that you can participate in this tournament, being you are a transgender. And that transgender went to court and a landmark decision was given by Kerala High Court that transgender athlete has the right to participate whether it is in a male category or female category. And because of that, the Kerala state is the first state, they had organized the sports competition, first sports competition in India for transgender athletes. This is what sports can pass on the message to the society. This message from this platform we can pass on to the society that this is what we have to do. So LGBTQ is a very big issue nowadays. We know the story of Duty Chand. What has happened to her? Her total career, sports career has been ruined. And one of our athlete, Santhi Sundaraman, some name was there. After getting medal in Asian Games, she was stripped of the message, this medal, that you are not a female. Wrongly you had participated in this competition. And IOC says, to be participating in this competition, what you need to have, you have your testosterone level should be, somewhat 5 nanomolecules. Agar usse zyada ho jayega, you will not be, and for 1 year you have to maintain this level. You have to take medications, lot of medications to maintain. So if by birth, by nature, if they have more, so they should not be like punished like this, what we had been, we sports family is doing with them. So these are the issues. Then we talk about about inclusiveness. And some of the sports rules says you cannot participate with particular dress. Like a lot of Muslim girls, they practice with the dress they used to wear. Culturally, they used to wear hijab. And our sports rules, even in boxing, the rule came in, you cannot box with the beard, you have to clean shave. So where is the inclusiveness? We need to change. We need to change up the mind setup of your brain. And our film industry is promoting, they're passing on this message in relation to LGBTQ regarding inclusiveness. My dear, these young boys, they are very much familiar with the movies, the message which Ayushman Khurrana is passing on to the society. आपने सबने देखी होगी एक movie, चंडीगढ़ करे आशिकी. I'm sure what message he has given by that movie, that nothing wrong, this is natural. If they had been born up with these hormonal discrepancies, what wrong they had done? क्या गलत कर दिया उन बच्चों ने अगर उनके अंदर हार्मोनल discrepancies है? So they are born, they should be given equal respect, they should be included, and this is the duty of the sports family. We need to pass on the message to the society that we have to either organize separate competition for them, separate tournaments for them, or you have to change your rules. This is what inclusiveness. No, these para-athletes, we are doing good nowadays. And for your information, in last Olympics, there was the first transgender athlete who had participated in Olympics. He was from New Zealand. First transgender athlete in weightlifting. And you see the data of our country. कितना ये I was when ये young बच्चे हैं, अगर कोई भी इस LGBTQ में से आ जाता है, उसको one thing is that कि he is suffering from diseases, और हमारी society we all उसको bullying इतनी कर देते हैं कि he run up from the podium wherever. So this is what inclusiveness is. This is the message to the society from sports. We have to include all these things. So we had been framing a lot of policies nowadays, even in education system, even UGC has recently, they had in our physical education, we say कि you have जो disabled हैं, जो special child हैं, they cannot get admission in physical education, right? This is the my institute policies. Even in this institute, we were planning something in the meetings, so the same issue came. So nowadays, the policies are coming up. We are educating the society, and it will take time, and gradually we will improve. And I'm sure with all your support, when we all will pass on the message to the society, and from media also, it is humble request that when we will pass on the message, the society is going to change. So this is all about the policies and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nishant sir. Kyle, can we come to you? In Canada, there's been a lot of progress in terms of sports and inclusion narrative. So would be keen to understand what has been the current narrative with the Canada in sports and inclusion side and adaptive physical education. What are some of the new solution practices you have seen your country adopting?
From a teaching side, I can speak to it from a teaching side of things. But I think aside from some of the stuff that I mentioned earlier, there's a number of different approaches that can be taken to improve how we engage with those individuals who do experience the world a little bit differently. The big one is, I think, just making sure that we're sensitive to their needs, okay, and their preferences and their interests, and working in collaboration with them as opposed to for them. So from my perspective and what I understand in Canada, it's all about taking a very collaborative co-developmental approach. And with that co-developmental approach, you know, within those things, it's the provision of choice, it's the provision of, you know, added support if need be, it's the provision of, you know, again, communication and working to keeping those lines open. That's one of those things that I think is a really important factor. Another one is an approach that allows for a lot of exploration to take place. Essentially having the individual be a very active participant in engaging in the process of, you know, learning within the context of physical education, physical activity, recreation, and leisure. If the individuals seem to be invested, okay, in their own process, they're going to want to continue and maintain that engagement for a prolonged period of time. The other ones that kind of pop to mind would be, okay, this notion of providing a very enriched pedagogical approach. And that enriched pedagogical approach essentially is this notion that we want to take our focus off the technicalities associated with movement and sport and focus on, you know, how do sports and how does physical activity transfer from one context to the next? What are those threads that seem to exist in multiple activities that we can focus upon that would allow individuals not to just engage in that one activity, but engage in several others? And then the final one is, I think, a really big one, and it's that idea of finding the individual environment fit that works with the context, or which works with the activity that we're partaking in. And what that essentially means is, again, like to my points earlier, is that we're trying to look for an environment that is warm, engaging, but is not necessarily going to be easy for the individual, but is going to provide that happy medium between challenge and success. Because, I mean, oftentimes when things are too easy, individuals do them, and then you have a whole array of different problems that exist. But if they're challenged at the same time and they're allowed to experience success, okay, periodically or eventually, you know, through perhaps reinforcing close approximation to the goal, they're going to want to continue until they reach that goal. And so those would be the big things that I find in Canada, at least, from more of a pedagogical perspective.
Thanks, Kyle, to add that perspective on the teaching side. Saeed, I'll come to you. Now we talk about the lot of sports specific, but I want to go more of a physical education for all needs children. So what has been the current situation scenario in higher education and school education to make inclusive education accessible, affordable to all the children?
Thank you very much, Mr. Malik. And really, I'm feeling very blessed to be here. And right now, especially, I'm discussing all this thing with the students who are sitting here. First of all, may I request all the students, especially all the students, to clap for 10 seconds. Clap continuously for 10 seconds. Students, right, that's it. 3, 2, 1. That's it. मैंने आपको ऐसा क्यों बोला है कि ताली बजाओ आप? Because the topic which we have been discussing here, this is of immense importance. Please don't get carried away with the message कि दूसरे जो panel discussions थे, they were of lesser importance. No, not at all. But what we are trying to say to you people, especially to the young students of LNIPE and the other students, if there are any, that inclusiveness or inclusive physical education and sports, this is of immense importance, as all our learned panelists have discussed. मैं आप लोगों से दो अपने पर्सनल इंसिडेंट्स मैं आपको बताऊंगा, उससे आपको एहसास होगा, यू वुड कम टू नो कि हम लोगों को रेगुलर फिजिकल एजुकेशन कोर्स में वी डोंट लर्न अबाउट इंक्लूसिव फिजिकल एजुकेशन, बिकॉज adapted physical education, we all know adapted physical education. Adapted physical education के नाम से we have means separate training in physical education, adapted physical education, right? Case number 1 of mine, I have been granted a project of monitoring physical activity of bodily challenged students. I have taken the participants of Delhi and some institutes of Agra. I went there. Specially designed institutes थे वो for special population, students especially. What I faced there, आप लोग भी कल को फेस करोगे, इसलिए मैंने आप लोगों को जगाने की कोशिश की, because number of students have dwindled right now, है ना, when it was in lunch period. और हो सकता है हम में से कुछ लोगों को गुनूदगी भी आ गई हो, sleepy behavior we all have, right? वहाँ पर प्रोजेक्ट को चलाना मेरे लिए means मतलब it was very difficult. Why? Because I had been trained in regular physical education, not in adapted physical education. वहाँ पर जो है वो कोई फिजिकल एजुकेशन का, एडेप्टेड फिजिकल एजुकेशन का कोई टीचर भी वहाँ पर नहीं था. There was none. They were not having any means special gadgets to means teach them, the students of that special population. Means nothing was there, and we have to monitor their activity, and we have also to teach them some activities. Since I was not belonging to that field, I faced a lot many problems. Number 1, lack of teachers, lack of equipments. Professor Nishant Dewal, learned faculty, my fast friends, he discussed on LGBT and on Muslim girls and some other factors also. The second case of mine is our university, Aligarh Muslim University, has been running a yoga program by the name Akhand Yoga Karyashala. पिछले 2 साल से since last 2 years continuously without any break, no Teej, no Tewhar, nothing. We have been practicing this Akhand Yog Karyashala. 2-3 months back, I discussed with my 10 of my fellows on whom I believe and I have firm conviction that they will support me. Malik Bhai, I have discussed a project on LGBT and yoga to have a competition of yoga, asanas and pranayams with the LGBT. You won't believe that out of 10 on whom I have full conviction, out of 10, 9 ran away. 9 ran away. They discouraged me for the next 10 days not to have this type of competition in the society. उसमें से 3 लोगों ने तो मुझसे, they have said that कि if you do this, if you go for that tournament, then that would be our last day of our friendship and whatever you say. You see the mindset, which my friend Nan also said this, and mindset we have to change regarding the inclusiveness. They are human beings, their needs are same. We lack, yes, it is true that we lack teachers, we lack equipments, we lack research labs regarding this. But anyhow, these are the problems and we have to sort out the solution also. Thank you very much, Malik.
Thank you, sir, for building upon Dr. Nishant's point. Kalpana ma'am, coming to you, so I have 2 parts of the same question, since you also deal with a lot of courses in NIS. So one is coming to a solution part, looking at the athletes issue, you also discuss about the ground level issues. What could be the potential solution strategies, one for the athlete development? Second is what kind of education programs you feel are required in a country like us to promote sports and inclusion?
Okay, so Mr. Malik, you are putting 2 points to me to think and answer to you. The first is talking about the athlete development and second is the courses. So I think athlete development, if I am not able to justify, please audience pardon me, but courses definitely I will. अब सवाल उठता है कि एथलीट डेवलपमेंट में क्या? Today, representing NSNIS, I'm sure all of you know that I'm a product of this institution. In 85 to 87, I have finished my BP, MPhil, and then my PhD also from LNIPE. Today, sitting at NSNIS, if I'm thinking of coaching or if I'm thinking of athlete, I am really pushed to think not only for normal athlete, but also for a para-athlete, but also for a special athlete. Any population which is engaged in sports, it's our duty to think. And then only we can come out with a solution. So from an athlete angle, it's extremely important to sensitize first of all everyone. It is very important that everybody should be engaged in these discussions. It is very important to fix the timeline toward a solution what we are looking forward to and then act on those solutions. Until and unless ये pathway हम follow नहीं करते, if we do not follow this pathway, we will leave our discussions here. So for the athlete development, a possible solution, what NSNIS is taking up, I'll try to put that to the audience and to all. Today, all centers of PSI have been sensitized to have inclusive facilities. That is the first thing, because without having facilities, no para-athlete can be coming to a training schedule for his development. So all the facilities are inclusive. I'll give you an examples you can visit for your own, because you are all physical education students, and I'm sure when we were in 82 here in BP first year, LNCP took the great means gave us that opportunity to go to Delhi and see all the Asiad playfields which were being done. And I'm sure students should see those facilities to believe. Today, camps for para-athletes are held in KSSR for shooting. There's a clear para-athlete development center which is in Ahmedabad. Please visit those centers to believe that yes, this change has come. And again, in this athlete development, what one more step we have gone beyond this also. At right now, when I'm sitting here, the few days I was working on the project, and that project is those athletes who have achieved at the Olympic level, or those who have achieved at the Asian level, or the Commonwealth level, or the World Championship levels, and if they are para-athletes, it is our responsibility to develop curriculum for them, and our responsibility to have them or provide them with the course so that they become ready to give it to the next generations. So this is exactly what we are doing right now. That is about the athlete development part, a bit on the curricular part. Another, I'll share the experience what NSNIS is doing. कभी नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसा चैलेंज आएगा, क्योंकि चैलेंज आएगा तभी उसका सॉल्यूशन आएगा. So the challenge was, there is a policy in NSNIS, in an admission policy, which is inclusive, by the way. So we have a direct admission of Olympians. When there is direct admission of Olympians, what happens? Anybody will apply, whether he is a para-athlete, whether he is a deaf Olympics athlete, or whether he is a normal athlete. So I'll tell you, this is a true story. एक बच्चे ने लास्ट ईयर एडमिशन लिया, उसका गेम था जूडो, डेफ एंड डम. So the institute had to really change so many more things to accommodate him. So these are things which are happening. There are para TT player who has applied this year, who has already written an email to me ki I want to apply and please see that this time I am able to do the course, because I want to be a coach and then I want to train more children who are like me. Then there is another coach in this year's course. He is also deaf and dumb. Uska game kya hai? Uska game hai wrestling. And believe me, I'll tell you, they'll bring interpreters with them. He is a father of 2. He has a daughter in class 8th, and that daughter is the interpreter for the father. And आप देखोगे तो छोटी सी लड़की इतनी सी है, beautifully she interprets each word you talk to the father. So these are the things which you can say they are experiments. Today I will definitely call it as an experiment, because there was no policy, there was no already existing practice, there is no best practice on this in our country to emulate. लेकिन जब करने की situation बनी या कोई ऐसा challenge आया, तो we have tried to overcome that challenge and we have tried to support that admission into the program of diploma in whichever game he was. So this is primarily talking to your first question on athlete development. But coming to the second, and that is about the courses, I'll go back to the previous session, because in the previous session we were hearing a lot many things, and those things were whether it was journalism, whether it was nutrition, or whether it was sports specific elements which you say, let's say an athlete can be of, let's say, 26 sports, different, then each athlete has a role in the game, and within the game again there is a lot of bifurcation and each athlete has got a lot of demands. Going back from that clue, I come back to the courses. So each word which the two ladies who have spoken for journalism and nutrition, I was sitting and talking to Madam मोनिका मैडम, मैंने कहा मोनिका मैडम बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन दिमाग में आ रहे हैं, लेकिन बोलूं कैसे, क्योंकि हर वर्ड पे एक मेरे दिमाग में कोर्स आ रहा था. इनके हर वर्ड पे मुझे लग रहा था ये कंटेंट बन जाना चाहिए. मैंने मीन the scope in sports, एंटरप्रेन्योर तो चलो कौन बनेगा पता नहीं, लेकिन एज एन एजुकेटर ईच वन ऑफ अस शुड कीप थिंकिंग कि किस तरह का कोर्स हमें चाहिए हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, इन आवर इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट. We have our own population, we have our own people, we need things to happen in our way. So the courses which are there, courses have to be defined, I will not say inclusively, but I will say courses have to be defined for specific population in a specified way. And hence the duration, hence the detailing, hence the curricula, the scope of the curricula, everything changes the moment we have to think about inclusivity in the terms of sport. I will not use the word physical education, I'm using a word sport here, but I definitely intend that physical education becomes inclusive in sport here. Not the other way, but this way. When I say sport and physical education is within that. Most of you, when you are studying in your courses, we don't study about, as mentioned by one of my panelists here, that we don't study directly. But indirectly, we engage a lot. And just a last point which I can share, which what Professor Tariq was mentioned of his own experiences, I just want to share one experience which I have gained over the years which I have been working, which is very, very, you can say, talks more of an inclusive kind of thing, and that was not for para-athletes directly, but that was for the special children per se. So I have been almost in 5 states of the country to almost 35 centers of special children, and each center, each student who was studying there, there were almost 3,000 students which we have touched. They were a story, and they taught us and gave us, I think, 10 times more experiences than just attending those 3,000 children. So everything is unique. We say in NEP 2020 that you have to individualize education. If you have to individualize education, you need a course for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kal ma'am, for a detailed response. Chris, coming to you, having seen that athlete development would happen, courses will happen, but by the nature of sport there will be always few beneficiary at the end, and there will be far more people losing in the ecosystem. And with the Paralympic movement, as you said, classification is costly, and then people don't reach to the podium. So what do you think can be a second choice career pathways for the population which pursue parasport, but maybe only 1% reach there? What are the potential solutions there?
Thanks, Ahmed. I want to point out one thing that I feel very strongly about. When we talk about it, we've talked today about inclusion. Sport by nature is exclusive. Just because you turn up in a wheelchair doesn't mean you're going to get to the Paralympic Games. You might be 5'4" and want to be a high jumper. That does not mean you will be a high jumper. So I think we've got to be really clear on where inclusiveness fits, and it is in the community level. Absolutely fits at the community and school level. Once you start talking about sport, we start excluding people. Immediately, you can't run fast enough in the heat, you don't go to the next round. If you're not tall enough, you're not going to make the basketball team. So I just want to make sure that we understand there's a very big difference between community inclusion and sport. Sport is exclusive by nature. Not every sport gets to go to the Olympic Games. Not every sport gets to go to the Paralympics. Every cycle, there is an application process for sports to be considered to participate and be included, because they don't all get there. Football is probably the exception where they don't take the best players. They have a rule that says we want to protect the World Cup. It is the #1 event in the world. We're going to protect that for our sport. So they have an under-23 competition with 2 overage players. Have I got that right, Lewis? Yeah. So it is the only reason. Why? There's this thing that rubs between your fingers called money. The Olympics can't afford not to have that sport there. So there's good reason. But by nature, sport is exclusive. So I want to say that. So we also understand that for the pathways for athletes we identify who may have potential, it is unrealistic for developing countries to think that they can turn up and win medals. Every now and then you'll get an athlete that puts up their hand and says, this is the right athlete in the right environment with the right coach and the right support structure, they can be successful. I don't subscribe to the fact to have one elite athlete, you need 10,000 at this level. You can have one person in your sport with the right structure and the right program and they can reach the top. So I'm very clear that we can have good success for the right athletes. In the islands, particularly from the Oceania perspective, I'll go back to where I'm from, finding that right environment is the hard bit, getting them regular coaching. We might have a very talented athlete, but they might have to make a choice to get to training to spend $1 for a taxi fare, or perhaps they'll use that dollar to feed and eat that day. That's the poverty level we're dealing with. So they make choices. But if we can get them involved in sport, their increased self-esteem, their interaction with the community, and their role modelling that we're able to provide for those athletes who do become successful, there is a sense of community amongst this group now that they want to make a difference and they want to try and get work and they want to become contributors to their families. The athletes that we've actually got on teams, our aspirations are for them to qualify. We do not count medals. We are trying to get them simply to qualify in their own right so that then when they get to the games, they are at least going to be competitive. For the others, we need them participating in sport so that the potential athletes have got someone to play with and someone to compete against. So it's very individual, and again, it's contextual. And how do we do this within countries? In fact, we might have to push an athlete towards a sport like table tennis because there's a table tennis coach. They might be a good powerlifter, but there's no weightlifting equipment in the islands. So it's very contextual, and it takes a little bit of experience in my understanding of the world that I've been working in, that you've got to collaborate with the people that are on the ground to say, well, what are the programs that would work? Where is the support? And how do we go about doing it? Now, in Oceania, we're a little bit fortunate. We have this country north of us called China. And at the moment, China is building wharfs and facilities and all sorts of things to try and buy votes and just have, I won't go into the politics of it all, but Australia is scared of losing their power within the Pacific region. So what China does builds these big new shining facilities to hold Pacific Games, etc., but they never provide a budget to maintain these facilities. And they're expensive to clean them, to paint them, to make sure the plumbing's working, the electrical's working. It's very expensive. So China builds these big, shiny bells and whistles type facilities, but we can't maintain them. So the problem we've got is we've got all these facilities. In Papua New Guinea, they've got 2 beautiful 50-metre swimming pools. They have coaches, they have athletes, but they don't have any money to buy the chlorine to make the pools usable. So it's understanding the context of why would you go somewhere where the country can't afford to buy chlorine and build a facility that's going to service it for a few months or a few weeks. So there's all these anomalies that exist in the islands, but the pathway is for us to get these kids at the moment in the islands, the focus is get them out of their homes and get them into their into their communities, to just be part of the community, to be part of the church groups, to be part of the table tennis groups and part of the sports environments so that they are contributing. There is no disability support in the islands. The biggest factor we have to deal with is, I work very closely and a part of the Paralympic Committee for Oceania. We do not have one employee to service all of the islands, not one person. All the work I do, admittedly, if I go and do some service, I might get a daily fee if it's part of a grant application. But the hours and hours of work that I do, our president works full-time as a volunteer to cater for options for Paralympic sport. We get €40,000 from the International Paralympic Committee. I mention that because I happen to know that the Olympic committees in the same region, in the same countries, get $5.5 million. And you wonder why we're trying to align with them a little bit, so that when we get coach education opportunities, we want to be involved in there. So it's not just pathways for the athletes we need to look at, it's pathways for our coaches to get better education. And I'll finish by saying this. I know there's 2 things that you can always buy or always get access to in the islands. One is a can of Coca-Cola. Doesn't matter where you go, you can get it. And they drink way too much. Diabetes is a massive problem out there. Every 8 hours in Fiji, somebody loses a leg through amputation because of diabetes. That is one island where that's happening. And I also know you can get a mobile phone. So for us to use education, mobile access and data access is critical to the growth and development of sports at the moment, because it's too expensive to keep sending ageing white Caucasian males out there to do education. It's also expensive to bring several coaches across to run courses. And I know your country here is massive, and I'm sure you have the same problems trying to get people together to fund that for opportunities, particularly when you haven't got an established parasport program. I mean, when I say not established, I look at India and go, I would love you guys to take China on head-to-head. You have more people. So you would have to look and say, well, what's missing? And it's the pathway, not for the athletes, but for the coaches. And if we can get better quality coaches all the way through the system, I'll be standing there with the Indian flag cheering when you are facing the Chinese. We want someone to challenge them because of sheer weight of numbers, but they have money and they have education programs and they have 2,500 facilities that are purpose-built to cater for para-athletes. 2,500, get that in your head. Whew, that's a different ballgame. So I think I've summarised a few things there, but pathways are different depending on whether you're a coach, or you're an administrator, or whether you're just a volunteer. They all need support, and it's very frustrating that we can't deliver that, particularly when I see what the Olympic solidarity can offer sports compared to the International Paralympic Committee. They have such a small amount of resource and money compared to the Olympics. So that connection, I think, is so important for us to get the Olympics and Paralympic movements like America. They have one organisation now, and I think that's a healthy example for many other countries as well.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Quite interesting and insightful points we got. Coming to Nishant sir, since talk about inclusion at a larger space, just summarizing part, what do you think would be 2-3 solutions which you share some of the issues around the broader inclusion?
Okay,
yes,
we
NEP
will be
as
coming,
the context, NEP and
definitely
sports.
we will be coming to the solution part. Dear friends, have you read one law that is Title 9? Title 9 किसी ने पढ़ा है? What it is? So after going from here, just go through this. Title 9 was a rule, a law passed in US Assembly way back in 1972. And the law states that whosoever is, they had passed this law, that this inclusiveness in sports should be there. It is mandatory wherever the government is supporting. So this law was passed in 1972, and this is the reason why these countries, developed countries, they are superpower, because they think of so early that this is the need of the hour. So this is a wonderful platform. I will be requesting the convener of this seminar that we should pass on from this platform, then we should write to the ministry that such law in relation to inclusiveness in sports and physical education should be passed from their end, and this should be mandatory applied to all educational institutions. Inclusiveness has to be included in sports, and once this rule will be passed on, then everywhere we will be getting the equal opportunity. And equal opportunity is the need of the hour. And such platforms, educational institutions are required to pass on this message. And otherwise we will not be same. Otherwise we have two-faced. The society, even sports. You talk a lot about the rules and regulation. Where is the rules and regulation in relation to, have you heard the story of Caster Semenya, a sprinter from South Africa, an Olympic medalist, or Olympic medal jeetne ke baad, what the IOC said, that you did not qualify this test, you are not a female. So these rules needs different interpretations. And similar, when we were talking about women empowerment, Catherine के सेबेस्टियन की एक स्टोरी यू गो थ्रू द गूगल ऑल्सो कि हाउ डिफिकल्टली मैराथन रेस पहले नहीं, दे वर नॉट अलाउड टू पार्टिसिपेट इन मैराथन रन, विमेन्स वर नॉट, कितनी डिफिकल्टी से शी फॉट टू द सोसाइटी. इफ यू टॉक, हम कहते हैं कि अगर कोई बच्चा, छोटा बच्चा, इफ ही स्टार्ट्स क्राइंग, गिर जाता है, वो जब गिर के रोता है तो उसको बोलते हैं, उसके खुद के पेरेंट्स बोलते हैं कि तू क्या लड़कियों की तरह रो रहा है. दिस इज द वर्ड्स, दिस इज द मेंटालिटी we parents are passing on to our kids, that they teach us कि you are, girls are weak. This mentality has to be changed. This mentality, when we all women empowerment session was going on, I was feeling so proud. This is what the message education institution has to give. This is inclusiveness. This is the quality of sports and physical education. Inclusiveness is here. We have to pass the message. So such rules, from this gist of this conference, we must write. We will be endorsing and we will be giving the full support to the organizers that we must write to the higher ministries that these such laws must be passed on so that inclusiveness has to be practically implemented. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nishant sir. Kyle, I'll coming to you since you have done a lot of research on physical literacy and inclusion. What has been some of the key finding or the potential solution in the overall inclusion space?
Well, it's interesting because, yeah, I research in physical literacy and inclusion. However, one of the key findings is that there is not a lot of research on physical literacy and inclusion. Basically, the research that is out there, I don't want to just speak on my behalf, but I'm a pretty big contributor of it, considering that there isn't much out there, and a lot of it's coming from Canada. But the big pieces that exist with regards to the literature or the research in physical literacy and inclusion is that we have to change our practices, because a lot of the practices, and I research from a context of disability, practices are ableist in a way that they create a distinction between individuals that have and do not have impairment and disability. And I think this is kind of what we're trying to get at here is with regards to inclusion, those finite distinctions need to be left in the dust. We need to, I mean, there is a context for integration and a context for segregation, but if we're looking at this idea of inclusion, we have to have a starting point where individuals that do experience the world a little bit differently, these are the leaders, these are the individuals that need to be empowered to contribute a point of view. Okay? And if they contribute their point of view, okay, right from the get-go, then we can begin to establish something that involves everybody and is inclusive of everybody and has everybody's voice heard. So that's one of the big pieces of it. Another one is that, similar to the points that I made earlier, is that when we look at the idea of physical literacy and inclusion, there is a really large relational and environmental impact on physical literacy development, extending from the context in which we are facilitating development to the people who are providing facilitation. And if we can maintain a level of very strong support for those individuals that experience difference, we can create something that, you know, has a very strong environmental individual fit, okay, and it works for the needs, preferences, and abilities of those individuals will flourish, okay, they will thrive, and they'll be willing to want to come back to that physical activity context and reap all of the benefits that exist with ongoing engagement. The final thing is that we do have to realize that there's a real strong importance on communication in regards to physical literacy development, because it isn't context specific. Okay, physical literacy occurs, okay, in the gym, in the home, okay, outside, inside, across multiple contexts, but it's not necessarily, again, facilitated by one person. And we need to make sure those lines of communication are open so that there is constant and continuous learning taking place, as opposed to the stop-start that usually occurs when things are only facilitated in one particular context. So those are some of the big pieces from my own research. I'm happy to discuss if anybody wants to go into deeper detail with regards
Thanks,
to this.
Kyle. Thanks for coming to you, especially around the adapted physical education. You talk about what are the potential solution in higher education and school education segment.
Okay, a very pertinent question. That what are the solutions? Actually, as I have discussed earlier with you people, that the special population belongs to us. We have to understand, they are human beings and they have the same needs which we have. This is the very first requirement to understand. Number two, according to UNESCO, there are 8 million students who are challenged students, ranging from class 1 to class 12, 8 million. How many in lakhs? Students? 80 लाख students हमारे challenged हैं इस वक्त, right? 1:1 is the ratio of teacher student, ranging from 1:1 to 1:12. We are lacking in that. Most of our schools, they don't have adapted physical education teacher at all. Why? Because most of our physical education institutes or colleges or universities or departments, they are not running the courses on adapted physical education. We are not producing adapted physical education teachers. This is the very first thing which we have to take into consideration. You students, आपको ताली बजा के मैंने जगाने की कोशिश की थी, इसलिए कि आप लोग गौर से सुनिए इस बात को. अगर आपको कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं मिलती है कोर्स के लिए, if you are not finding any university to undergo for the course, then please go online. There are certain courses, there are certain countries, they are giving out, you take admission over there online. NEP also says that you can pursue 2 courses at a time. Informing your parent institute, you can take another course also. There is a big opportunity in this field, in adapted physical education. Please go ahead. Comfort zone से बाहर निकल के थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत एक्स्ट्रा करनी पड़ेगी, लेकिन आप उसको करिए. यंगर रिसर्चर्स जो हैं हमारे, जो यंग फैकल्टी है, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट वे बैक, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट हैज स्टार्टेड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल एम्पावरमेंट इसी इंक्लूसिवनेस के लिए. गो फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट्स. फ्यू डेज बैक बिफोर कमिंग हियर, आई हैव रिसीव्ड अ लेटर फ्रॉम दैट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल एम्पावरमेंट टू मीन्स prepare a project on this adapted physical education and like that, and we will continue after going from here. What I'm trying to say is that Ministry of Social Empowerment is ready to give you financial aid to carry out the projects. Please take out the projects so that we physical educators, especially of regular physical education profession, we may make the lives of especially challenged students more easier. We should bring out more researches. We should have inbuilt partnership with at the international collaboration. We have our university is starting with the Loughborough University of United Kingdom on the same, that adapted physical education. So what we are trying to say is ki go for the researches, go for the courses, and you would be the better section, you would be the better persons, because you know the regular physical education, and when you know the adapted physical education, then you would be the good teacher. That's all from my side.
Thank you, everyone. So with that, thanks for all your support. It was wonderful discussion, ranging from this ecosystem, athlete, coaches, and the adapted physical education. I want to ask the organizer, do we have time to take few questions? Okay. Okay, sure.
Hello, thank you. First of all, some of the things we are missing here which I want to add it here. This university running para swimming from last 20 years and produce international swimmers, which has to be mentioned here. Second thing, this university has conducted international workshops on adapted physical education. The main thing is, we are talking about the international para-athletes. What about grassroots level? Where are the schools? Where are the teachers? We are preparing teachers who can train these para-swimmers? In my BHU, my colleague is sitting here. We are working on transgenders. We are working on deaf and dumb students. We are working on para-swimmers. This type of work is still needed. Even the government of India, they have made mandatory, if you go for the NEP, we have to check what facilities for the challenge students are there in their colleges, in their institutes. This has to be known by these students. They are young generation. They must know this thing because there is a great scope. If they become teacher for the special, like B.Ed, education, they have a special course of B.Ed and they are preparing teachers to teach them and make them on the line so they can have their earning. Otherwise, without education, what they will earn? Performance, don't give them earning. Performance, give them only medal. You have to teach them. You have to grow them. And you have to make them and bring them in the human life. That we are missing. You must think about it. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your input, and thank you all the panelists. Now, may I request Professor Keshav Singh Gurjar, sir, former Director and Head of Department Physical Education, Jivaji University, for felicitation of all the panelists. Sir, please. So, among the panelists, the first, Professor Kalpana Sharma, Director Academics, Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports, Patiala. Professor Nishan Singh Deol, Head Physical Education, Punjabi University, Patiala. Professor Syed Tariq Murtaza, Chairman and Professor, Department of Physical Education, AMU, Aligarh. And today's session panelist, moderator, Mr. Amit Malik, IPLA Country League, Inclusive Physical Education and Sports. We are also thankful to Chris Nunn in that session and Dr. Kyle. And I request all the panelists and the guests for a group photograph, please. Sir, please. Thank you all the panelists for the wonderful session. Thank you, Kishore sir. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to come over the stage for the closing ceremony.
May I request Professor A.K. Uppal sir, Mr. Tehzeen Zahid, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Indu Bora, Honorable Registrar, Dr. Sanjeev Yadav, Dr. K.K. Sahu, the Organizing Secretary.
May I now request Dr. Yajwendra Singh Rajput, Joint Secretary and HOD, Department of Sports Management and Coaching, for a welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After the long sessions, 2 days, exciting sessions, we have listened many things and hope this was the fruitful conference and we are taking something back and we will implement in our curriculum. Those who are educationists and the students will have learned many things which they can be entrepreneurs, they can go to the different fields. And for the closing session, today's closing session, I welcome our today's chief guest, Professor Arun Kumar Uppal, former Dean LNIPE and also served as a Vice Chancellor Jivaji University Gwalior. He is the only educationist in the field of physical education with 2 postdoctoral degrees, Doctor of Literature and Doctor of Science in Physical Education along with his PhD. A man with the mission, still he is on the mission and striving hard to take physical education and sports as the highest level. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to please welcome Professor A.K. Uppal sir. Ma'am, please. Just few minutes back, you heard many more things about the skill development. Our guest of honor, Mr. Tehzeen Zahid, the Chief Executive Officer, Sports, Physical Education, Fitness, and Leisure Skill Council of India, and our associate partner also. I request our registrar, Dr. Sanjeev Yadav, to please welcome Tehzeen Zahid, sir. And I have seen around our Honorable Vice Chancellor. She is among us also, and I request our Organizing Secretary KK Sahu sir to please welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor Indu Bora ma'am. Sir, please. I also welcome our Registrar, Dr. Sanjeev Yadav sir, and I request Dr. Nibu R. Krishna to please welcome Sanjeev Yadav sir. The welcome is also due to though he is a man behind this show, I also welcome our Organizing Secretary KK Sahu sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, our students, the supporting staff. Thank you.
Now I cordially invite Dr. Krishnakant Sahu, Organizing Secretary, Dean, Faculty of Physical Education and Applied Areas, Director IQAC, Nodal Officer NEP, to propose the vote of thanks and the report of the conference.
I'm sorry, there is a miscommunication. Before me, I would like to invite our chief guest, Professor A.K. Uppal sir, to address the gathering.
Dr. Indu Bora, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Registrar Mr. Rab, and then Dr. Sahu, where has he gone? And Mr. Zahid, all the foreign delegates, Indian delegates, my students sitting in front of me, and above all, the students of this great institute. I would like to thank LNIPE for showering this responsibility on me as a chief guest for the valedictory function. मैंने इस ऑडिटोरियम को 40 साल जिया है मैंने. I have stood here for nearly 40 years. यहाँ पे गाने भी गाए, यहाँ पे डांस भी किया. And also, my students sitting in front of me, who headed this institute as Vice Chancellor, I take a lot of pride in it, that we have produced students. We have Dr. Kalpana Sharma sitting here right in front of us, who is heading a very big department in Patiala. We have Dr. Keshav, he was also sitting somewhere here. He has done very good work in Jiva University, and many others who have, done excellent work and which has brought a very good name to the institute. Coming to the conference, I have attended all the conferences which have been held in this institute. But if I have to give marks, now all of them have been organized in a befitting manner. But this time, everything clicked very well. And all arrangements, sessions, and excellent food has been provided to all the delegates. A very good arrangement has been made. Now, I have a request to the Vice Chancellor. because the most important task is yet to be done. You have to sit after the conference. Maybe a person like Dr. Durea, you can request him to stay for a couple of days and draw very good resolutions so that they can be sent to the ministry. You know, and excellent presentations done by the foreign delegates and Indian delegates. And I can tell you, such big programs are never successful unless you receive a support from the students. And my blessings to the students for doing the excellent job for organizing this function. And I also wish to thank all the foreign delegates who have traveled long distances and shared their valuable knowledge with us. And with your presentations, the students will be benefited more. I am sure they are the ones who are going to, in coming years, come and sit here and make presentations for the benefit of the persons who will be in future attending these conferences. You know, I know that ministry has probably given you full support, but please, I request the Vice Chancellor to sit with your faculty members and prepare an excellent report so that what support you need from the ministry in future, because a lot has been talked about inclusion and exclusions and also what this institute should do. So prepare an excellent report, and resolutions should be very carefully drawn so that government is in a position to implement them. I had enjoyable 2 days, and my congratulations to the excellent cultural program which was put up by the students yesterday night. An excellent program. All items were excellent, but if I have to give marks, I think yoga and Malcolm display, they were excellent. All items were very good. I convey my blessings to the institute, and I am sure in the years to come you will continue like this and organize many big programs which will be sort of helpful in raising the status of the profession of physical education in the country. Thank you very much.
As I earlier said, and it has been proved when Upal sir was addressing the gathering, he is a man with the mission. Always have certain things in his mind, and he strives all the students' hearts to go up, their students and the young generation. Now, I request any of the foreign experts for the feedback of this conference, if I can speak few words about the conference and what we have to do to take it to the next level. Yeah, welcome sir. Welcome sir. I'm not taking the specific name because it will be partiality then.
We met yesterday morning, so I'm very happy to be back. So I think for me, having listened to the passion, listened to the enthusiasm, learned a lot about some of your challenges, but also some of your overwhelming optimism for the future and the awareness of challenges that perhaps are not unique to India, challenges that we all share. The motivation, particularly from you guys and girls at the back, you've stuck with this and you've been outstanding. And I hope that there are messages in here that you can take to your heart. I hope there's information you can store in your heads. And I think for all of us that have been part of this for the last 2 days, we would like to thank you for your hospitality, for your energy, for your care, and for your attention. For us going forwards, personally, I will take back a sense of commitment and conviction and passion from you all to make a difference through physical education, physical literacy, and sport, to impact your community, your family, your school, your club, your federation, to use the power of these things. We live in the most amazing machine. We saw it last night with the dance and the cultural. It's just a joy to move. And with your help, and I'm sure with our support, which you have undyingly, let's help every single person that we come into contact with to experience the joy of just doing this and being happy with it and making our lives better because of it. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You make this environment enjoyable now. Now I request any national expert or delegate for the overview, please. Anyone can speak few words about this international conference? Okay, so okay, finally we got one.
Good evening, everyone, the esteemed guests on the dais, as well as to everyone sitting out here. It was my first time attending an international conference on physical education. The last 2 days have been very insightful, lot of learnings about things that are being conducted here, that things that are practices that are going on in other countries. Got a chance to moderate a couple of panel discussions. That was the first for me as well. And right from the institute song that happened yesterday morning to the cultural program yesterday evening, and all the panel discussions and all the keynote addresses. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience for me, and I can say that for the other speakers and other delegates as well. Thank you so much, and I hope this keeps on happening.
On behalf of all of you, I want to pass on this bouquet to my student who has done a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Apachu, for the nice words. Now at the end, I request our organizing secretary, Dr. K.K. Sahu, about the report of this conference and to recognize our partners also. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rajput. Good evening, everyone. As we come to the closure of this international conference, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to one and all. A week ago, I read a true story, and please allow me to share with you all. One day, an old man and his wife were sitting at a restaurant, and a man from another table came over and said, "You are Charles Plum? You flew jet fighters in Vietnam War and you were shot down by missile?" Plum was surprised and asked him, "How in the world did you know me?" The man replied, "I packed your parachute." The man pumped his hand and said, "I guess it worked." Plums assured him, "It sure did. If your parachute hadn't worked, I wouldn't be here today." Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to pronounce that each and every members of organizing committee, all the partners, speakers, delegates, a lot of parachutes during this preparation have been tied by them, and which has made this event a great success. It is my privilege to extend my sincere gratitude to Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for providing us this opportunity to organize such event at LNIPE Gwalior. Sincerely, I express my gratitude to our Vice Chancellor and Registrar for providing us all the administrative and financial support to organize such an event. It is my privilege to thank all the distinguished invitees, international and national speakers, chairpersons and co-chairpersons, moderators present here with us, and those who have joined us online for their intellectual deliberations during our sessions. During this whole conferences, we have conducted 6 panel discussions and 11 keynote addresses. Apart from that, we have conducted 6 panel discussions and plenary session for scientific. Apart from that, we had poster presentation and oral presentation, and around 180 paper represented during this whole conference. The conduct of this event happened due to the support of our partners. On this occasion, I would like to felicitate them with a small appreciation. I would like to invite Sportify to collect their plaque from our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am. I request Madam to felicitate our member from SPEFL, our partner, associate partner, Tasin Jahid sir, with a plaque. Member from IPLA, I request him to collect his plaque of appreciation, please. I will request Dr. Pradeep Datta sir to collect recognition from ma'am, please. Any representative from Decathlon to collect recognition from us? Thank you, sir. I'll request Financial Advisor of SMI, Sports Management Association, Dr. Ashish Pulkar to collect recognition from ma'am. Not the least, I would like to invite and give a recognition. If you see all the plaque and all the certificates, there is a particular design, which has been created and designed by Mr. Biswajit Mukherjee. I would like to request Mr. Apachu to collect a plaque as a recognition for making our certificates and all the design on our behalf. The color of the plaque is representing all the countries who have been represented at this conference. So we tried our level best, and also all the certificate has got a specific design And that specific design is from Chanderi, Madhya Pradesh, which depict LNIPE because it's a part of MP, and we want that you should take a memory from Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the delegates and participants who are here from different parts of country. I would like to thank the members of organizing committee comprising of our faculty members, students, scholars, and all for their support. I would like to thank press and media of Gwalior for giving wide coverage to this conference. The synergy of our institute would not be complete without the energy and enthusiastic support of our PhD scholars, students with special mention to MASM. Last but not the least, special thanks are due to office staff, technical staff, and all the support staff of the institute who have been the backbone of this conference, with special mention to Mr. Sharat Sharma, Mr. Dushyant Kumar Mathe, Piyush Rathore, Avnish Sharma, Rahul Yadav, Sagar Yadav, Rahul Kushwaha, Ravi Pal, to name some. I am sorry if I miss any name. I once again thank all the stakeholders for their efforts in making this conference a grand success. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We want to capture you all in a one frame for a memory. So I request all the experts to please gather outside the auditorium for a group photograph so we can remember each other for a longer time. Thank you. And then we will have a cup of tea in the same place where we are meeting every day. Thank you, sir. And please stand for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Once again, I request all the experts, panelists to please gather outside the auditorium for a group photograph. And I request the secretary